Chapter 29. Yin Shixiang had just inserted an extremely thin needle into the tip of the oil paper umbrella. The center of the fine steel needle was hollow, and contained a highly toxic substance specially developed by the imperial military. Oda Masao was at the height of his excitement. The slight chill on his calf was lighter than a mosquito bite, but he didn't care at all. His short stature spun around and had already jumped to the other side of the cherry blossom tree. Yin Shixiang chuckled and turned a few rounds with the dancing crowd. He held his umbrella as he made way for them and headed out of the main road. He could tell that Oda Masao was surrounded by several Secret Service agents who were secretly protecting him. However, everyone was immersed in the beauty of the cherry blossom rain. Moreover, Oda Masao's identity had been hidden very well for so many years. The Secret Service personnel had no idea that someone had already made a move against him. There were many people going in and out of Shinjuku Gyoen. Yin Shixiang quickly followed the crowd out of Shinjuku Gyoen and headed directly to Tokyo Imperial University Hospital to meet up with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng had already turned around and returned to Oda Masao's laboratory. He burned all the documents and data to ashes, and finally installed a flame bomb in the laboratory that could cause a large fire at any time. Zhao Liangzi watched from the other side of the surveillance camera. His expression grew even more solemn. He silently erased all the images and directly uploaded a computer virus to the Tokyo Imperial University Hospital's intranet. When the Tokyo Imperial University Hospital's internet administrators realized something was wrong and activated emergency measures, the computer virus would immediately spread to the entire internet and automatically erase countless confidential data stored in their systems. When Yin Shixiang hurried over, Hua Xiaoheng had just walked out of the Tokyo Imperial University Hospital's main entrance. The two of them greeted each other but didn't speak. They got into a taxi one after the other and sped towards Tokyo International Airport. Zhao Liangzi, who was in charge of the airport dispatching, had already connected to the Imperial Civil Aviation line. This was an Imperial Civil Aviation flight, so they didn't have to go through so many security checks when boarding the plane. When Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang arrived, Zhao Liangzi immediately led them to hand Hua Xiaoheng's backpack to the civil aviation operator so that the test tube sample could be taken out. Hua Xiaoheng and the other two showed their Imperial Civil Aviation boarding passes at the boarding gate. They didn't have much luggage, so after passing the airport security check, they led Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang to the VIP passage without looking around. "This way, please." The receptionist of the civil airliner of the Imperium stood at the door of the cabin courteously and welcomed them in with a smile. Then, they were arranged to stay in an exclusive room in the first-class cabin that was completely separated from the other first-class passengers. The Empire's commercial plane quickly took off and circled half a circle above Tokyo before flying toward the Empire's Sea City International Airport. Just as they flew back to the airspace of the Empire, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out from a seemingly ordinary laboratory in the Tokyo Imperial University Hospital in Japan. A huge cluster of flames emerged from the window of the laboratory, causing chaos in the laboratory. Following that, the resulting fire burned everything inside to nothingness. However, the people in the laboratory had no time to put out the fire. Half an hour before the fire, their instructor, Oda Masao, the most secretive officer in the Japanese military, had a heart attack while looking at the cherry blossoms. He was already on his way to the hospital. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and leaned against the soft seat in the first-class cabin. He hugged his arms and dozed off. Zhao Liangzi was constantly monitoring the news on the Japanese internet. Soon after, the explosion and fire at the Tokyo Imperial University Hospital appeared on the headlines of the Asahi Shimbun website. Along with the news of the laboratory fire, the owner of the laboratory, Oda Masao, had been too excited while looking at the cherry blossoms and suddenly died of a heart attack. Zhao Liangzi snapped his fingers and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng, who was resting with his eyes closed. "Hua Xiao, it's all done." Hua Xiaoheng opened his eyes and glanced at him. Zhao Liangzi quickly placed his small tablet under Hua Xiaoheng's eyelids. Please take a look. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at the headlines on the website. His expression did not change. He closed his eyes and continued to doze off. Oda Masao deserved to die, but what about Gu Nianji? Would there be any negative consequences? All the original data he had sent back, as well as the original strain of the virus he was bringing back this time, would allow Chenlai to develop a vaccine. What would happen if they could not develop a vaccine in time? Hu Xiaoheng's brain automatically blocked out that possibility. Chenlai had been in a bad mood ever since he received the call. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and spent the night studying all the data he had sent back. He used a translation software to automatically translate it into the language of the Empire and saved copies everywhere. The data that Hu Xiaoheng had brought back was very detailed and systematic. Not only did it contain the analysis of the various biochemical components of the virus, but it also contained the reproducible cultivation process. If he had really published all of it, top academic journals like Science and Nature would not have been enough. At the very least, it would have been published in Cell. It might even have been nominated for a Nobel Prize. But Oda Masao had not published it. He had kept it in a safe in his laboratory. As a true scientist, his behavior was abnormal. But what if he was not a true scientist? Chenlai shuddered a little. He worked all night in his office before going through all the reaction data and comparative analysis. Because of Gu Nianji, Chenlai did not read every single word in detail. He only looked at the reaction data after the incident. This was because he had recorded Gu Nianji's reaction data in detail after she had been infected. He had even done a full set of blood tests. His expression became strange again when he compared it to the others. Gu Nianji's subsequent reaction data was completely different from the reaction data that Oda Masao had recorded. According to Oda Masao's records, women who had been infected with the virus could indeed get relief after having sex with a man. However, their various vital signs had already been severely weakened. The most prominent point was that the function of their hematopoietic organs would be severely damaged. They would then progress from anemia to severe anemia, which would lead to a series of complications and finally death from various organ failure diseases. From the data that he had recorded, Gu Nianji's hematopoietic system had not weakened at all. Could it be that he had not observed it for long enough? That didn't seem right either. Oda Masao's data showed that it had weakened within a week. Chenlai pushed open the door to his office uneasily. He wanted to go out for breakfast. In the hallway, several doctors were huddled together, whispering to each other. Seeing him come out, Yi Zitan immediately called out to him. "Dr. Chen, that Oda Masao that you admired so much suddenly died of a heart attack. His laboratory at Tokyo Imperial University Hospital also suddenly caught fire and was destroyed." "Oh. That bastard Oda Masao really died." Chenlai was overjoyed. This news was a blessing in disguise. He leaned over to look at the news on the tablet with them. When he saw that Oda Masao's laboratory had also been burned down, Chenlai immediately understood who had done this. He laughed out loud, then heard his phone ring. Seeing that it was Hu Xiaoheng calling, Chenlai was instantly elated. He asked as he walked, "Hu Xiao, where are you?" Chapter 30. No, I came back yesterday. Nianji is going back to school today. Chenlai quickly explained, "Do you want to see her?" Hu Xiaoheng shook his head calmly, "No, we'll talk when we get to the base." Fan Jian, the orderly, parked his car by the side of the road. Hu Xiaoheng, Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang got into the car and quickly returned to the base. Chenlai waited for Hu Xiaoheng in his office. Hu Xiaoheng was also very straightforward and tossed him a backpack as soon as he entered. "See if this can still be used." Chenlai opened the backpack and took out the lead box inside. It was a box of test tubes. When he opened the box containing the test tubes and saw the liquid inside, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. "Hu Xiao! What is this? It's the original strain of Oda Masao's virus. See if you can combine his data to find antibodies and create a vaccine. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was low and his expression was very serious. I know. Chenlai nodded and thought for a moment before comforting Hua Xiaoheng. Don't worry about Nianji. I've been keeping a close eye on her condition and it hasn't worsened yet. Currently, it's only been a week. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't fooled. Can you promise in the future? Chenlai snuck a peek at Hua Xiaoheng, trying to see if there was anything different on his face. However, Hua Xiaoheng was always indifferent and quiet, so it was hard to tell what he was thinking. I'll keep an eye on Nianji's physical. I'll tell her this time that I made the antidote to her aphrodisiac. She didn't do that with a man. Chenlai said quietly as he put the original strain of the virus Hua Xiaoheng brought back into the fridge. Also, Nianji didn't want me to tell you that she was drugged. Remember not to let it slip. Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak for a moment. He looked down and flicked on his lighter to light a cigarette and take a deep drag. After a long time, he finally grunted. Chenlai walked back to his desk and sat down. He turned on his computer and showed Hua Xiaoheng 2 comparison pictures. Hua Xiaoheng, don't worry. I noticed that Nianji's condition is much better than the others. Maybe it's not that bad. Hua Xiaoheng walked over and stood behind him. He squinted at Chenlai's computer screen, a cigarette in one hand and the other behind his back as he listened to Chenlai's explanation. The data on the left is from Oda Masao's profile. Look, his statistics are less than half of what a normal person would have. The data on the right is the result of my monitoring of Nianji for the past week. Look, she's extremely healthy. Normal people don't even have such good data. Hua Xiaoheng's dark eyes stared at the computer screen. After a while, he finally walked away and sat on the sofa opposite Chenlai's desk. He rested one arm on the back of the sofa and held a cigarette in his hand. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "Hurry up and develop the vaccine. I'll come back in 3 days." He then got up and walked out. 3 days. Hua Xiao, there's no way to set a time limit for developing a vaccine. Do you think your soldiers are on a mission? This was scientific research. Scientific research. Chenlai glared at Hua Xiaoheng's back and almost roared. Hua Xiaoheng left Chenlai's office and returned to his place. He saw that Yin Shixiang had just put down the phone. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and Yin Shixiang hurriedly reported, "Hua Xiao, it's Nianji. She's going back to school and called to ask when you'll be back." Hua Xiaoheng raised his arm and the cigarette in his hand drew a parabola in the air before falling into the trash can. "I have to go back to headquarters. Little Zay, come with me. Big Xiong, you stay here. If something happens to Nianji, you'll be nearby to take care of her." Yin Shixiang nodded and walked back to his desk to sit down. He turned on his computer and looked at his schedule. He frowned and asked, "What about Nianji's postgrad interview?" "Do as you see fit." Hua Xiaoheng finished speaking and walked out without looking back. Early Monday morning, Gu Nianji was carrying her backpack and dragging a small suitcase. She had just walked out of her Fingya precinct to hail a cab when she saw class rep Mei Xiaoan wearing a light gray Burberry windbreaker. He was leaning against a Buick parked at the entrance of the precinct, smiling at her. "Class rep?" Gu Nianji was shocked. She looked around. "You are?" "Yes, I was waiting for you. I wanted to give you a surprise." Mei Xiaoan walked over and took the small suitcase from her naturally. "You're bringing a suitcase back to the dormitory? There's so much stuff, you should have called me earlier." Gu Nianji looked up at Mei Xiaoan. Under the morning sun, Mei Xiaoan's skin was fair and refined. His eyes were clear behind his gold-rimmed glasses and his voice was even more refined. "Why are you looking at me? Don't you recognize me?" "No." Gu Nianji shook her head. "You're the class rep for sure. If I have the chance to be in the same class as you in the future, I'll still choose you as my class republic, Mei Xiaoan laughed heartily. Nianji, I didn't come to pick you up to vote. He reached out to open the car door for Gu Nianji. Get in. Gu Nianji had no choice but to get in. She smiled. Tell me, class representative, what else do you want? Let's see if I can afford it. Mei Xiaoan leisurely got in with a smile. Nianji, can't you tell I'm courting you? Gu Nianji's tiny face finally reddened. Class rep. You can't joke about this, I'm not joking. I've been courting you for 2 years and you still don't know. I have no choice but to come clean. Mei Xiaoan laughed as he drove. He even glanced at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji wasn't even 18 yet, so she was 4 or 5 years younger than her classmates. Compared to them, she really matured a lot later. Also, her classmates knew she was young, so most of them treated her like a little sister. Although they took care of her, none of them really pursued her as a girlfriend. This feeling was novel and exciting. Her delicate face blushed uncontrollably. It was like the light pink frost on a white peach. It was a feast for the eyes. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you believe me? Mei Xiaoan asked with a smile. I made it clear in front of your uncle yesterday. You still don't believe me. Gu Nianji blinked her big misty eyes. Class rep, I really didn't know you. You were courting me. You really didn't know. Every time there's a good opportunity to go to a university for an internship, I'm the first to tell you. You don't want it, so I give it to someone else in class. You don't want to run exercises in the morning. I'll get you a jogging ticket. You come home late from night study. I'm always the last one to wait for you. I'll walk you to the dorm door before I go back. In the morning, you sleep in and skip breakfast to go to class. I buy you milk and honey cake between classes. Gu Nianji, I'm not saying this to make you feel grateful. It's just that we're graduating soon. If you still don't know I like you and am courting you, then I'm such a failure as a man. Monday. Please recommend me. Oh, ___, oh. Chapter 31. Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly. Mei Xiaoan was the class rep of her class and was very nice to everyone in the class. Starting from their 3rd year in law school, they had the opportunity to intern at a big law firm. At the time, she had just transferred, so she really didn't know that Mei Xiaoan had specially taken care of her by letting her be the first to choose. She had always thought it was based on grades. How embarrassing. She had gone home too late to study at night and had gone back to the dorm with Mei Xiaoan many times, but she had thought the class rep was also someone who loved to study. Mei Xiaoan was also very good with words and made everyone feel comfortable around him. He was probably the type with a high EQ. She had also eaten milk and honey cake many times between classes, but the problem was that almost the entire class had a share. So it was all for her and only. Class rep, you're so subtle, I really wouldn't have known you were courting me if you didn't tell me. Gu Nianji felt tears welling up in her eyes. It turned out that his kindness to her wasn't just incidental, but because he liked her. But wasn't it great that the class rep was doing things for the other students? Gu Nianji felt conflicted. Her first reaction was to ask her most trusted guardian, Hua Xiao, what to do. But when she thought of Hua Xiao, she remembered the fingerprint incident and took 2 deep breaths. Smiling, she said, Class rep, can you delete my fingerprint from your phone? My family doesn't think it's good, oh. Mei Xiaoan glanced at her. He also felt that he had been too hot-headed and rash yesterday. He wasn't sure if he had scared her. Okay, I can delete it. But you have to promise me that I'll pursue you, okay? As he spoke, Mei Xiaoan swiped open the phone to find the fingerprint storage area, only to find that it wasn't there at all. Did he not save it last time? Mei Xiaoan showed the phone to Gu Nianji. See, I didn't save it last time, so you don't have to delete it. Gu Nianji glanced at it and patted her chest in relief. Smiling, she said, "Thank you, Class Republic, so you agree?" Mei Xiaoan asked. It was another direct confession. Gu Nianji felt a strange feeling rise in her heart. Her heart raced and she didn't know how to respond. She looked down and after a while, looked up again to sneak a peek at Mei Xiaoan. Mei Xiaoan happened to turn his head and look at her from the corner of his eyes. There was a hint of a smile on his lips. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She abruptly turned her head to look at the scenery flying past outside the window. Her heart was in a mess. Should she give Hua Xiao a call and ask him? After all, he was her guardian, but should she ask him about this? What Mei Xiaoan had just said made her want to try out what it was like to be in a relationship, but then she thought of Hua Xiaoheng's stern expression and was afraid he would scold her for it. However, a young girl who was about to turn 18 had a natural longing for love. In this era where people usually had their first love at the age of 14, she wasn't too young to be in a relationship at the age of 17, right? However, her experience was rather special. She had followed Hua Xiaoheng to the military camp at the age of 12 and had no chance to date a suitable boy. When he was 16, he came to Sea City because he wanted to go to university. He often heard his 3 roommates talk about their love experiences in the dorm, so it wasn't like he wasn't envious. Why not give it a try? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't dare say it out loud. She still had to tell Hua Xiaoheng that if he didn't agree, she wouldn't agree to be Mei Xiaoan's girlfriend. Do you agree or not? Mei Xiaoan glanced at Gu Nianji and asked with a smile, "I'm not asking you to immediately agree to be my girlfriend, I'm only asking for permission to pursue you." They were about to graduate, and everyone would be going their separate ways in a few months. He didn't want to miss out on this wonderful moment. There were many beautiful and talented girls in the law faculty, but almost all of them were shrewd and powerful. They could see through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys with just a glance. Girls like Gu Nianji, who was lively, cute, smart, and pure, were the most popular. For example, most of the boys in their class had girlfriends who were freshmen and sophomores. They rarely went for girls in their class. Although Gu Nianji was in the same class as them, she was young, about the same age as the freshmen. They had also been classmates for 2 years, so they knew each other very well. It was much more reliable than pursuing a girl he didn't know from scratch. Mei Xiaoan looked at the road ahead leisurely. Just like his life, it was a straight road. Gu Nianji looked away from the car window and lowered her head in a panic. She wiped the hem of her light gray wool dress with one hand and mumbled. "Class rep, how do you expect me to answer that?" "Not easy to answer." "Then I'll take that as a yes." Mei Xiaoan smiled. "If that's the case, the first thing is for you to stop calling me class representative, it's too formal. Call me Xiaoan, that's what my family calls me." He didn't use a surname, but it was intimate. But it wasn't too out of line. Gu Nianji replied softly. "Okay." There was a slight tremor in her soft voice. Although it wasn't loud, it lingered in Mei Xiaoan's ears for a long time. His hands tightened on the steering wheel. He hadn't expected Gu Nianji's simple "okay" to make him so excited. Perhaps he wanted to like her more than he felt. The two of them didn't speak for the rest of the journey. It was like they had reached some sort of tacit understanding. When they arrived at school, Mei Xiaoan drove straight to the female dormitory. He got out of the car first and helped her drag her suitcase out. He picked up her backpack with one hand and walked her upstairs. Normally, boys weren't allowed to enter the female dormitory directly. However, Mei Xiaoan had been class rep for 4 years, so the dormitory manager was already familiar with him. When she saw him enter, she only waved at him and let him in. Mei Xiaoan nodded politely to the middle-aged manager and said, "My classmate just recovered from her illness and returned to school." The manager recognized Gu Nianji. She was the youngest and best student in the Faculty of Law. Nyenji, have you recovered from your illness? The manager greeted her with a smile. Your class rep is very responsible. He comes by almost 3 times a day to ask if you're back. Gu Nyenji nodded with a smile and handed her a bag of snacks. Thank you, manager. It's a small token of my appreciation. Snacks weren't considered a bribe, so the manager accepted it without any qualms. The two of them went upstairs, and as soon as they opened the door, the 3 roommates inside immediately screamed. Nyenji, you're finally back. Lil 4, have you recovered from your illness? Class rep purposely went to pick you up. You have to repay him. Chapter 32. Her 3 roommates screamed and threw themselves at Gu Nyenji, hugging her tightly. Mei Xiaoan stood at the door, amused to see them hugging each other. He admired Gu Nyenji. All 3 of her roommates were the cream of the crop. The oldest, Fang Wenxin, was known as Green Tea Fang. She was famous for being a green tea. Just from the nickname, one could tell she was the goddess of all boys and the enemy of all girls. The second oldest, Chao Yunshan, was known as the Holy Mother, or Lady Chao for short. Rumor had it that she really did have a lady in her family. Only an old aristocratic family could have such an intimidating aura. As for the third oldest, Wang Junya, she was beautiful and alluring. Everyone called her Little Temptress. She was also a weapon of mass destruction with a single glance. The 3 arrogant girls treated Gu Nyenji, an orphan girl with an ordinary family background who had transferred in midway, surprisingly well. They completely treated her like a younger sister and took care of her. So enthusiastic, look how scared our Nyenji is. Mei Xiaoan carried Gu Nyenji's backpack and dragged her suitcase as he walked in. Class rep went to pick her up personally. Nyenji, you're such a big deal. Little Temptress winked at Gu Nyenji. Gu Nyenji's eyes darted around. Class rep is the one who picks up a classmate every time she's hospitalized, right? You're so annoying. Little 4. You have to argue with me every time. Little Temptress patted Gu Nyenji's shoulder and pouted at Mei Xiaoan. Class rep, this is as far as I can help you. Our little 4 may be young, but she's the top student in her class. You can't fool her. I'm being sincere. Why would I fool you? Mei Xiaoan didn't hide anything. It looked like he had already spoken to Gu Nyenji's roommates. Lady Chao wordlessly took Gu Nyenji's backpack and suitcase from Mei Xiaoan and placed them beside her desk. Green Tea Fong crossed her arms and leaned against her desk. She said with a half-smile, Class rep, I see your cheeks are flushed and your forehead is glowing. Good news. How about it? Treat us to dinner to celebrate Nyenji's return from her illness, okay? Mei Xiaoan twirled the car key in his hand as he stood by the door and said, No problem, tonight's dinner is on me. But... He turned to look at Gu Nyenji. Nyenji, shouldn't you go to the faculty to cancel your leave first? Gu Nyenji buried her head in her bag and took out the medical certificate Qinlai had given her. I was just about to go. Let's go together. I need to go to the department student union office to take care of something. Mei Xiaoan was also the president of the Faculty of Law. He naturally placed his hand on Gu Nyenji's shoulder and wanted to pull her along. Gu Nyenji took a quick step forward to avoid his outstretched arm. Class rep, I still have to go see a few professors to cancel my leave. I haven't gone to class for a week, they're definitely not happy. Mei Xiaoan smiled and caught up with her as they walked out together. The 3 roommates in the dormitory winked at each other and laughed. Looks like our little sister 4 is about to be enlightened. Mei Xiaoan and Gu Nyenji left the dormitory building and Mei Xiaoan immediately said, You don't have to go to the faculty to cancel your leave. Your family already did it for you. Oh. Gu Nyenji was taken aback. Then why did class rep say I have to go to the faculty to cancel my leave? I'm just giving you an excuse. The most important thing for you right now is to go see Professor He and request an interview. Mei Xiaoan led her to his car, opened the door, and let her in. He said, "I've found out that Professor He lives in the specialist building on campus. I'll drive you there. Take the initiative to talk to him, show him your medical certificate, and ask for another interview." Gu Nianji hadn't expected to face He Zhichu, the famous professor of law, as soon as she returned. She felt a bit nervous and clutched her medical certificate. She stammered, "Class rep, is Professor He easy to talk to?" "You're calling me class rep again. I wouldn't tell you even if I knew." Mei Xiaoan pretended to be annoyed and tilted his head to look at her. Gu Nianji smiled fawningly. "Class rep, don't be so anxious." "Well, I have to ask my family and get their opinion." "Sure, why don't you call him now?" Mei Xiaoan turned the steering wheel and backed out of the car. He urged her to hurry up and not give her a chance to brush him off. He was determined to win her over. Gu Nianji held her phone and thought about it. "I'll try." She tried Hu Xiaoheng's phone first. It rang for a long time, but no one picked up. She had no choice but to call Chen Lai. Chen Lai picked up her call right away. Before she could speak, Chen Lai asked anxiously, "Nianji, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Where are you? I'll come pick you up right now." Gu Nianji immediately felt that Chen Lai's occupational disease was too serious. She only called him and he assumed she was sick. She shook her head. "I'm not feeling well." "Brother Chen, are you all right?" "Not feeling well." "That's good. That's good. So why are you looking for me?" Gu Nianji could feel the relief in Chen Lai's voice even through the phone. She frowned slightly and covered the phone to face the car window. She stammered, "Brother Chen, it's like this. Do you know Uncle Hua's number?" Gu Nianji originally wanted to tell Chen Lai that class rep wanted to pursue her, but she swallowed the words. She asked for Hu Xiaoheng's number instead. Chen Lai laughed heartily. "What's wrong? You need Hu Xiao for something. What is it? Do you need my help?" Hu Xiao went back to headquarters. "It's not easy to find him." "Oh." Gu Nianji was slightly disappointed. She wanted to hang up but saw Mei Xiaoan looking at her again. She didn't want to brush him off right in front of his face. She took a deep breath and murmured, "Brother Chen, it's like this. My classmate said he wants to pursue me and asked if I was okay with it. I wanted to ask your opinion. If he wants to pursue me, then go ahead. Why do you need me to agree?" Chen Lai chuckled. He lowered his voice and asked, "Is it your class rep?" Gu Nianji blinked and made an almost inaudible sound of agreement. "I see. It seems very important. After all, he's our Nianji's first boyfriend. You have to be careful. How about I ask Hu Xiao for you? He's your guardian after all." Gu Nianji nodded. A thought flashed through her mind. She suddenly blurted it out, "Brother Chen, has Uncle Hu been busy with work lately?" "He's been all right. He was a bit busy a few days ago. He's just gotten some free time recently." "What's up? Does he have a girlfriend?" Gu Nianji asked nosily. The last time she received his call, he had asked her to call him uncle and forbade her from calling him Hu Xiao like everyone else. It was as if he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. She recalled the phone call Hu Xiaoheng had made by mistake the other day. He had blurted out, "Darling." Gu Nianji's intuition told her that Hu Xiaoheng probably had a girlfriend. "Oh. Well, I don't know." Chen Lai's round mouth opened and closed. "Why do you ask?" Chapter 33. Chen Lai's heart was itching to hear this. The pen in his hand spun noisily as he said, "Nianji, wait, I have to take a call first." He turned around and dialed Hu Xiaoheng's private military number. What is it? Hu Xiaoheng's deep voice came from the other end of the line. Chen Lai was grinning from ear to ear. Hu Xiao, do you have time to talk? It's about Nianji. Oh, hold on. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the room full of subordinates above the rank of lieutenant colonel and said to them, I have to take a call. You guys continue. The room full of field officers who were in an important military meeting were so shocked their eyes almost popped out of the windows. Interrupting a high-level meeting like this to take a call, it must be extremely important. Did the Special Operations Forces cause big trouble in another country, or did they catch the CIA's most powerful spy in the empire? They were all in the intelligence business, so their thinking was very fast. It wasn't that Hu Xiaoheng didn't know what they were thinking, but there were priorities. At this time, any news about Gu Nianji was the most important. He walked out of the conference room expressionlessly and went to the small office next door to sit down. He opened the blinds and looked outside. Go ahead. Chen Lai was a bit surprised. You need something. If Hu Xiaoheng had something important, then Chen Lai felt he was being too rash. There was a limit to joking, and he felt very uneasy. Nothing. Tell me, what's wrong with Nianji? Hu Xiaoheng said as he called Zhao Liangzi over the internal line and asked him to send over his private civilian phone. He discovered that he had missed several of Nianji's calls. Chen Lai quickly said, It's nothing serious. Nianji said she couldn't reach you on the phone, so she asked me to ask you if her class rep wants to pursue her. Hearing this, Hu Xiaoheng slammed his personal phone on the table and said unhappily, Didn't I tell you already? You still have to ask me this kind of nonsense. Don't be angry. Chen Lai raised his voice. Why don't you call Nianji when you're free? You know how obedient she is. If you frown, she'll reject you immediately. Hu Xiaoheng rejected her mercilessly. I still have a meeting. I don't have time. We'll talk about it later. As he spoke, he hung up his private military number and got up to return to the conference room to continue the meeting. Chen Lai switched his phone back to Gu Nianji and realized that she was still waiting for his call. He felt bad for her and could only comfort her. Nianji, Hu Xiao is in a meeting. I can't even reach him. I asked the operator to leave a message for him. He'll call you after the meeting. Gu Nianji looked ahead and saw that Mei Xiaoan had already parked the car. This was the specialist building of C University, where he Zhichu lived. She hurriedly said, Uncle Hua is so busy, there's no need to disturb him. We'll talk about it later. I'm hanging up. Take care, Brother Chin. She hurriedly hung up the phone and spread her hands at Mei Xiaoan, who had turned his head to look at her. Class rep, you heard everything. It's not that I'm being pretentious, it's just that my family is too busy. Gu Nianji made a round of phone calls and waited for a long time, but she still couldn't speak to her guardian. In that instant, Mei Xiaoan thought of his own parents. They were also busy people of status, but no matter how busy they would always answer his call as soon as possible. They never brushed him off or made him wait for so long. This was the difference between biological and non-biological. Mei Xiaoan looked at Gu Nianji with sympathy and pity. He didn't want to put her in a difficult position. His voice became even gentler. Okay, then we'll wait until your family agrees. Thank you for your understanding, Class Republic. Gu Nianji's impression of Mei Xiaoan improved by another level when she saw that he was being reasonable. They got out of the car and Mei Xiaoan led Gu Nianji to the specialist building. He introduced He Zhichu to her. He's a partner at the largest law firm in the United States at such a young age. He also has a Juris Doctor from Yale Law School and a tenured professor at Harvard Law School. He's got a lot of pride, but he's also a typical American person. He's focused on the situation and not the person. As long as you're reasonable and can convince him, he'll listen. Gu Nianji silently memorized everything Mei Xiaowen said and occasionally hummed to show that she was listening attentively. As Mei Xiaowen spoke, he brought Gu Nianji to the specialist building's elevator. He took out a card and swiped it to the 18th floor. As the elevator rose steadily, Gu Nianji looked at Mei Xiaowen. "Class rep, you actually have a card for this place." The elevator in the specialist's building could only be used by people with access cards. Swiping one's own access card, one could go to the floor where one lived. If you wanted to go to another floor, you would need to obtain the faculty's approval and have the specialist building service staff take you there. The security was extremely strict. Gu Nianji had originally planned to find an opportunity to call He Jichu's apartment from the first floor, or wait here to see if she could bump into him coming downstairs or returning from outside. Mei Xiaowen put his hands in his trouser pockets and watched the elevator slowly rise. He smiled. "Since I said I wanted to pursue you, of course I have to show my sincerity. If I can't even get an access card for this place, how can I let you accept my sincerity?" Gu Nianji blushed. Thankfully, the elevator had already reached the 18th floor. The elevator doors opened and she walked out. She didn't have to continue the conversation. Mei Xiaowen followed her out and pointed to the innermost room on the left side of the corridor. "Professor He Jichu lives there. You can call him from here." Every floor of the specialist building had a public phone that could be dialed with coins or cards. Mei Xiaowen walked up and personally dialed the number for her. Gu Nianji anxiously took the phone. It rang twice before someone picked up. "Who is this?" The man who picked up the phone had a clear and moving voice, but seemed a bit tired. There was a hint of huskiness in his voice. Gu Nianji's heart pounded. She quickly asked, "Is this Professor He Jichu?" "I'm Gu Nianji." The other end of the phone went silent. Even the faint breathing from before had disappeared. Gu Nianji waited in surprise for a while. She didn't hear the other person hang up. She had no choice but to bite the bullet. "Is this Professor He Jichu?" "I'm Gu Nianji. I applied to be your graduate student, but I suddenly fell ill and missed the interview. I want to ask." Click. The other person actually hung up. Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. She patted the phone and said hello twice. Then she looked up at Mei Xiaowen. "Professor He is the only one living in that room?" "Yes, he has a teaching assistant. She's a woman. She doesn't live in the same room as him." Mei Xiaowen had done his best for Gu Nianji. He knew more about He Jichu than Yin Xixiang. "Professor He hung up on me." Gu Nianji pursed her lips. She refused to give up. "I want to call again. Just a heads up. This book is still short on words. Due to contract issues, it's been delayed for half a month. We'll be notified when it'll be available in July. Remember to save the monthly tickets for me, my dear friends." 0. I'll definitely have to update for the monthly tickets. Oh, ___. Oh. I need a Weibo fan today. Sina Weibo, Writers Cambrian. Chapter 34. He hung up on you. He didn't say anything. Mei Xiaowen tilted his head to look at the room at the end of the hallway. Was it inconvenient because there were guests there? Gu Nianji frowned and also looked, "I don't know. He didn't say anything. He hung up the phone before I could finish." He Jichu was sitting on the single sofa in front of the French window in his room. He held a registration form in his hand and stared at the 1-inch square photo on the form for a while. He called his teaching assistant, Wen Shui, who lived next door. "Shui, come here for a second." Wen Shui closed her computer and combed her hair in the mirror before putting on high heels and walking out. As soon as she came out, she saw a young man and woman standing at the other end of the hallway. The man was tall and thin and elegant, while the woman was beautiful and slender. They were very pleasing to the eye when they stood together. She looked at them a few more times before knocking on Hijichu's door. "Come in." Gu Nianji stubbornly continued to call Hijichu's room. Hijichu didn't pick up immediately. He waited for the phone to ring and ring for a full 15 minutes before pressing the speaker button. Wen Shiyi stood quietly behind Hijichu the entire time. She was like a fine backdrop. Gu Nianji's sweet voice sounded from the other end. "Is this Professor Hijichu? Sorry to disturb you, You know it's a bother yet you keep calling. Aren't you breaking the law unknowingly? That's an additional crime." Hijichu's clear voice was crisp and crisp. Gu Nianji was stunned and almost forgot what she wanted to say. But she quickly composed herself and quickly said, "But you didn't pick up and didn't tell me if you were Professor Hijichu or not. How am I breaking the law unknowingly? I didn't know, so I kept asking for confirmation." "Oh. So it's my fault." Hijichu's handsome brows raised slightly as if he had been offended, but there was no impatience on his face. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. However, his smile was very faint. His shimmering, almond-shaped eyes flashed, and the smile disappeared. "Of course, it's not your fault." Gu Nianji sighed softly. As long as he didn't hang up on her, it would be a rare victory. She made a big V sign to Mei Xiaoan and smiled. She spoke glibly into the phone. "I can only say that it's a problem of communication, so we need to talk through multiple channels. Professor Hijichu, can you please give me another chance? It's true that I missed the last 2 interviews." Hijichu's expression softened when he heard Gu Nianji mention the 2 interviews she had missed. He hated it when people were late, but not only had Gu Nianji been late, but she had also been late twice. She had crossed the line. Hijichu sat on the sofa with one hand supporting his head and the other resting on the armrest. He said impatiently into the phone, "If you're late, you're late. If you miss it, you miss it. No matter what the reason is, it's your fault. You don't have to tell me. I don't want to hear it." Hijichu's merciless rejection infuriated Gu Nianji. Her fingers twisted the phone cord, and her voice was hoarser than usual. "Professor Hijichu, you're Professor Hijichu, right?" "I am." "If you're Professor Hijichu, then let me ask you, why won't you listen to my reason for being late?" "Because this is my bottom line." "Your actions have crossed the line," Hijichu said mercilessly. His eyes darkened, and his shimmering almond-shaped eyes narrowed. Wen Shiyi, who was standing behind him, smiled. She knew Professor Hijichu's temper best. He had always been a man of his word. Even when he was at Harvard Law School, he had never given in to anyone when so many powerful people pleaded for him. This Gu Nianji really had an exaggerated opinion of her own abilities. Wen Shiyi shook her head regretfully. However, Gu Nianji on the other end of the line was even bolder than Wen Shiyi had imagined. She directly challenged Hijichu's bottom line. "Professor He, I respect your bottom line, but I want to ask you, does your bottom line conflict with your professional ethics?" "Ha! She's quite a talker." Hijichu couldn't help sitting up straight. He said with interest, "Of course my bottom line does not conflict with my professional ethics. Since you say there is no conflict, then I want to ask you, as a professor of the B University Faculty of Law, shouldn't you abide by the B University Faculty of Law's rules and regulations?" Hijichu was also an eloquent lawyer in court. How could a greenhorn like Gu Nianji be his opponent? However, Hijichu didn't stop Gu Nianji from continuing. He listened quietly. Gu Nianji continued on the other end of the line. "I applied for the B University Faculty of Law's master's degree according to the rules. Although I was late twice, the B University Faculty of Law's rules state that if a candidate is late due to an uncontrollable factor, it is not the candidate's responsibility. The school will give the candidate another chance to retake the exam. And my sudden illness is an uncontrollable factor. How can people not get sick when they eat all kinds of food? I also have a medical certificate from an authoritative chief physician from the best hospital in the empire. No matter where this lawsuit goes, I'm not unreasonable. Gu Nianji finished talking and waited for He Jichu to answer. He Jichu's lips curved into a smile, but he still said disapprovingly. So what? You crossed the line that I can accept. I don't want to give you another chance. This is the question I asked earlier. Professor He, may I ask if your personal line conflicts with your professional ethics? As a professor of the B University Faculty of Law, your professional ethics is to abide by the B University and the B University Faculty of Law's rules. However, there is no rule in the B University Faculty of Law's rules that states that being late twice will disqualify you from the interview. This shows that your decision is to use your personal preferences to replace the school's rules. As a big shot in the legal world, you have no professional ethics to disregard the law and use your personal preferences to interfere with your work. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to question He Jichu's use of public power for personal gain. She even expressed doubts about his professional ethics. Did this girl have a death wish? When Shi covered her mouth in shock. She couldn't say a word. He Jichu nodded slowly and continued to lean on the sofa with his head propped up. The ends of his long and narrow eyes looked up as he said in a low, clear voice, "You've been rejected by me so many times, but you still persevere and look for opportunities. This kind of spirit of never giving up is indeed rare for a law student. When the authorities make things difficult for you, you don't succumb to them. Instead, you dare to question them and only respect the spirit of the law. This kind of unyielding perseverance is even rarer for a law student." Good, Gu Nianji, you didn't disappoint me this time. I'll give you another chance. This was simply a turning point, a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. Gu Nianji almost jumped with joy on the other end of the phone. She ignored the phone in her hand and beamed at Mei Xiaoan, class rep. Class rep. Did you hear me? I got the chance for the interview. I'm looking for recommendation votes. Dear friends, have you prepared the guaranteed monthly tickets for next month? Oh, ___, oh. Chapter 35. I told you, it's yours, no one can take it away from you. You're the top student in our faculty. Mei Xiaoan said proudly and couldn't help but raise his hand to pat Gu Nianji's head. Gu Nianji was overjoyed and didn't mind being patted on the head. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Her dark red lips revealed 4 snow-white teeth, perfect and flawless. He Jichu's clear voice sounded over the phone, 8:00 tomorrow morning is your last chance. Gu Nianji quickly nodded into the phone, no problem. No problem. I'll be there on time. She settled on the interview location with He Jichu before hanging up happily and leaving the specialist building with Mei Xiaoan. Mei Xiaoan didn't follow her when they returned to the female dormitory. He unbuckled her seatbelt and encouraged her, "Get ready, I'll pick you up for the interview tomorrow." "Don't bother, class representative, it's in the faculty conference room, I know the way." Gu Nianji got out of the car and waved, "Bye, Class Republic." Gu Nianji ran to her dormitory and pushed open the door, yelling, "Green Tea Fong, Lady Chow, Little Temptress. I'm back. Why are you so happy? Did you forget to take your medicine?" Green Tea Fong smiled as she brought her a glass of water. "Here, take it warm, it's very effective." "Green Tea Fong, you're getting prettier today. Come, give your little sister a kiss." Gu Nianji moved her fair, tender face towards Green Tea Fong. Green Tea Fong pretended to kiss her and patted her cheek. "Okay, you better take care of things during the day, class rep is treating us to dinner tonight. Little Four, don't forget, you're the star of the show today." They were all used to this in their dormitory, so the other two were used to it. One was sitting on the upper bunk bed munching on an apple, her long, slender legs dangling in the air, while the other was wearing headphones and walking to the balcony to memorize English. It was Lady Chow who walked to the balcony. She looked down and waved at the 3 people in the room. "Little 4, come quick, your boyfriend is still here." TSK TSK, the class leader's infatuation is too good at showing off. Tall and handsome, he's going to be popular. Lady Chow, you're so uncultured. Don't use idioms for no reason. Little Temptress draped her arm over Gu Nianji's as they walked out. Green Tea Fong followed behind to join in the fun. Downstairs, in the direction of the balcony, Mei Xiaoan leaned against his seemingly low-key Buick and looked down at his watch. Lil 4, you really should consider the class monitor. He has the body of a male model, the looks of a little fresh meat, the IQ of a famous university, and the family background of a rich second generation. Most importantly, he's good to you. Where else can I find such a man? As soon as Little Temptress finished praising Mei Xiaoan, a girl in a snow-white wool dress walked up to Mei Xiaoan and presented him with an obviously hand-knitted scarf with both hands. F***CK. Was he trying to poach someone in front of them? Wasn't that Song Ryu, the scheming bitch from class 2? How shameless. 3 of the 4 people watching the show were furious. Little Temptress picked up an empty Coke can from the balcony and smashed it down, shouting, "Scheming B***TCH. Let go of the class monitor." Mei Xiaoan and Song Ryu looked up at the same time and saw the 4 people on the balcony of the 5th floor. Song Ryu had been humiliated in front of her crush. She ground her teeth in anger, but didn't join in the scolding. Instead, she moved closer to Mei Xiaoan and said pitifully, "Xiaoan, I just like you. I don't mean anything else. We're graduating soon. If I don't say it out loud, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Mei Xiaoan didn't say anything. He only smiled quietly and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He didn't take the scarf. Before long, 2 of the 4 people on the balcony came running down. Green Tea Fong had always been the leader of their dorm, and Little Temptress had a sharp tongue. The 2 of them ran down and pointed at Song Ryu. "What's the meaning of this?" Song Ryu raised her head and said, "Not to be outdone, I'm confessing to the class monitor." "Can't I? What's it got to do with you? He's not your boyfriend." "Song Ryu. He's not your class monitor. You're from class 2, and you're calling our class monitor so affectionately. Your class monitor has already fainted in the toilet." Little Temptress pulled Song Ryu over. "Don't stand so close." "Is he close to you?" Song Ryu snuck a glance at Mei Xiaoan. Seeing that he was still calm and collected, she liked him even more. She turned to glare at Little Temptress and said angrily, "You damned lady boy. Mei Xiaoan isn't your man. What are you fighting for?" "Oh, I know. Don't tell me you have a crush on your class monitor too." Wang Junior's nickname was Little Temptress, but Song Ryu had deliberately called her a lady boy to belittle her. Little Temptress was furious, but before she could speak, Green Tea Fong had already shielded her behind her. She sneered at Song Ryu. "Everyone in the law faculty knows that class monitor Mei has a crush on someone. Are you really stupid, or are you just pretending? You have the nerve to say that." "Yes, class monitor Mei has a crush on someone. Isn't it that little orphan girl from your dorm? But she hasn't even said anything, so why are you fawning over her? You really are a scheming B***TCH. You're going all out to steal someone's man." Green Tea Fong hit where it hurt. Song Ryu flew into a rage. "How much better are you than me? You green tea bitch." Green Tea Fong. "So what if I'm a green tea bitch? I never steal someone's man, unlike you, a scheming B***TCH who only seduces other people's men." Green Tea Fong retorted, her posture as elegant as ever. Even if she was a green tea, she was a green tea who was protective of her own people. They didn't deliberately lower their voices, so even Gu Nianji and Lady Chow, who were on the balcony of the 5th floor, could hear them clearly. Gu Nianji buried her face in her hands and wailed, "Stop arguing, I still have to be a decent person, what are you afraid of? We're all about to graduate anyway, and many of us will probably never see each other again. It's good to take this opportunity to shed all pretense of cordiality. You've had enough of pretending to be a virtuous lady for 4 years." Lady Chow watched from the sidelines with relish. She pulled Gu Nianji back to her dorm. Song Ryu was put on the spot by Green Tea Fong's words. She didn't have a good relationship with her dorm mates, and had slept with all 3 of her roommates' ex-boyfriends. Because of this, she had no one to back her up. She had to fight on her own. Of course, she couldn't take on the 2 heavyweights of Class 1. Seeing the crowd grow larger and larger, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and shout at Mei Xiaowen. "Tell me, do you have a girlfriend? If you say yes, I'll disappear immediately. I'm not going to take the blame for stealing someone else's boyfriend." Mei Xiaowen slowly raised his head to look at Gu Nianji, who was standing on the balcony of the 5th floor. He said loudly, "Gu Nianji, will you be my girlfriend?" As he spoke, he suddenly opened the trunk and took out a large bouquet of bright red roses. He slowly knelt down on one knee in the direction of the balcony and raised the roses to her. "Be together. Be together. Be together." The onlookers, who wanted to see the world in chaos, completely let loose and clapped their hands in unison. There will be an extra update at 6 p.m, please recommend it. I'll let you know when it's going on sale, so save your monthly tickets for me. Chapter 36. Gu Nianji stood on the balcony on the 5th floor, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Mei Xiaowen had actually prepared a large bouquet of roses in the trunk of the car. This must have been premeditated. She wasn't particularly disgusted, she was just not used to it. Standing on the balcony, she felt the urge to bite her fingernails. Lady Chow, who was standing with her on the balcony, saw the situation and immediately pushed her back into the dorm. She waved at the rowdy crowd downstairs and yelled, "Class rep, you think you can win our Nianji's heart with a bouquet of roses? How insincere." Mei Xiaowen stood up from the floor and waved the roses. He smiled like an Olympic champion, "This is only the beginning, I'll keep working hard." For the first time, Song Ryu understood what it felt like to be angry. Mei Xiaowen had expressed his love for Gu Nianji in front of so many people. Even though Gu Nianji hadn't immediately agreed, the C students thought Mei Xiaowen was already taken. Little Temptress was grinning from ear to ear. She covered her face with one hand and held a microphone in front of Song Ryu with the other. Mimicking a reporter, she said, "Scheming bitch, is this your first time kicking an iron plate? How does it feel to be rejected even though you're offering yourself up? Tell the audience in detail. Get out. Stupid ladyboy." Song Ryu shoved Little Temptress and ran back to the dorm with a whimper. Mei Xiaowen placed the roses in Green Tea Fong's hands and asked, "Give this to Nianji for me." "No problem. But don't forget dinner tonight, class rep." Green Tea Fong hugged the roses to her chest and smoothed her hair. As an experienced green tea user, she didn't have any ideas about the people around her, but it had become second nature for her to release her green tea skills. Everyone was used to it and basically ignored her when she released her green tea scent. However, Mei Xiaowen remembered that Gu Nianji had an interview early the next morning. It wouldn't be good if he stayed up too late tonight and affected her interview. He opened the car door and frowned at Green Tea Fong and Little Temptress. "Oh, I really can't today. I have family matters to attend to and just called to go home early. I already told Nianji. Tomorrow, I'll definitely treat you tomorrow." She took out her phone and said, "I'll book a table for tomorrow now." Green Tea Fong and Little Temptress exchanged glances, then turned to look at Mei Xiaowen. They drawled, somewhat displeased, "Class rep, we only agreed to help you pursue Nyenji because you're sincere. You can't just brush her off." He had just agreed to treat her to dinner in the morning, but he changed his mind in the afternoon. Where was his sincerity? The small boat of friendship had yet to sublimate into a giant ship of love, and it would capsize at a whim. Mei Xiaoan quickly said, "I really have something to do. Nyenji knows about it too. You can ask her later if you don't believe me." Mei Xiaoan planned to text Gu Nyenji right away to communicate with her and smooth out the panic. Really? Green Tea Fong looked at Little Temptress suspiciously, her eyes asking her, "Do you believe me?" Little Temptress shrugged. "I'll ask Nyenji when I get back." Mei Xiaoan opened the reservation app on his phone and thought of something else. "Nyenji, do you like local or out-of-town food?" Green Tea Fong stuffed the roses in her arms into Little Temptress's hands and told her to go up first. She said, "Nyenji eats more local food." She was being subtle, but she was implying that Nyenji's family circumstances meant that she had never been to a high-class restaurant. Mei Xiaoan's hand paused, and a trace of tenderness crept into his heart. He wanted to dote on that girl. She was worthy of his devotion. "Then let's go to the Red House restaurant in the city." Mei Xiaoan searched for the Red House restaurant's reservation number and dialed it. The Red House restaurant was a long-established out-of-town restaurant in Sea City. It was all about taste and experience, and the food was said to be very authentic. Of course, the prices were ridiculously high. Green Tea Fong saw that Mei Xiaoan had booked a table for 6 at the Red House restaurant. The meal would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. She snorted and said, "Class rep, let's make this clear. This is the last time we'll help you. As for the future, it's up to you. Nyenji is still young, so don't play around. Our dorm is not to be trifled with. Nyenji is lucky to have roommates like you. My relationship with her is, of course, based on marriage." Mei Xiaoan got into the car and stuck his head out as he spoke solemnly. It was also because they had known Mei Xiaoan's background for the past 4 years and knew he was a good person that they had agreed to help him this once. Green Tea Fong turned to go upstairs. Mei Xiaoan quickly texted Gu Nyenji, "Rest well tonight. I'll pick you up for the interview tomorrow morning. I'll say something's going on at home, so I'll push the dinner date to tomorrow. Don't slip up, and don't tell anyone about the interview tomorrow. It won't be too late to talk about it when we get the acceptance letter." Until they reached that step, there would always be variables. In the past, Gu Nyenji would have thought that Mei Xiaoan was making a mountain out of a molehill. But after what had happened with Feng Yixi, Gu Nyenji felt that it was better to be more careful. Although she felt that her 3 roommates were different from Feng Yixi, tomorrow was her last chance. She really didn't want to complicate things. She would treat them to dinner after the interview as an apology. So when Little Temptress came back to ask her about it, she said calmly, "Class rep told me something's going on at home today. Something's really going on." Little Temptress pursed her lips and pulled Gu Nyenji to sit down. She said earnestly, "Nyenji, since you seem to have a good impression of Mei Xiaoan, I have to remind you that men are despicable. If you don't treat them too well, you have to keep them in suspense. Don't give them your all just because they're nice to you." Gu Nyenji sweated profusely as she listened. She touched Little Temptress's forehead. "Little Temptress, what's gotten into you? You even dare to say that all men are cheap. Pfft. I say, if you don't listen to your elders, you'll get the short end of the stick. You're Little Temptress, I've met countless men, and now that I've become a demon, I can tell when those men are cocky." Little Temptress poked Gu Nyenji's forehead. Gu Nyenji joked with her for a bit, then changed the subject. She took out some snacks to share with them, then changed her clothes and lay down on the bed to rest. She woke up early in the morning and rushed to school. She hadn't slept well the night before, so she needed to make up for it. The 3 people in the dorm saw that she had fallen asleep, so they didn't disturb her. They packed up and went to do their own things. Gu Nianji slept alone in the dorm until evening, when she was awakened by the rough voice of the building manager on the dorm's intercom. 518, Gu Nianji, someone's looking for you. Gu Nianji quickly got out of bed and tied her hair into a random ponytail before heading downstairs. A small, exquisite, out-of-print beetle was parked in the open space in front of the building. A virtuous woman in a gray suit stood beside the car. Her skin was snow white, her face was like a silver plate, her eyebrows were thin, her mouth was small, and her figure was voluptuous. She smiled at Gu Nianji. You're Gu Nianji. I'm Wen Shui, Professor He Jichu's assistant. I'm looking for recommendation votes. It'll go on sale in a few days, then I'll be able to vote. Chapter 37. Professor He Jichu's assistant? Gu Nianji's heart sank. Did something happen with Professor He? She had just confirmed the interview with Professor He Jichu this morning. Could something have happened before it was even nighttime? Are you free? Let's go get a drink. Wen Shui asked gently and didn't directly answer Gu Nianji's question. Her eyes were soft and gentle, full of concern when she looked at Gu Nianji. She turned to open the car door and invited her in. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes at Wen Shui and remembered seeing this woman this morning. When she had called He Jichu, this woman had come out from the room next door and knocked on the door. Mei Xiaoan had also told her that He Jichu had an assistant. This was the woman. Why did she come to find him? Gu Nianji's top priority now was the interview at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. She didn't want anything to affect her mood. Assistant Wen, if you have something to say, please say it now. I have an interview tomorrow and would like to study tonight. Gu Nianji politely declined. She actually had an interview early in the morning and as a straight-A student, she didn't need to study tonight. Wen Shui looked at her in surprise and smiled, but what I want to talk to you about is closely related to your interview tomorrow. Really? Then Professor He asked you to come. Gu Nianji took out her phone and was about to call He Jichu's room number. Let me confirm it first. Wen Shui quickly stopped her with a wry smile. Girl, why are you so wary? I'm trying to persuade you out of goodwill. Do you think I'm trying to harm you? Gu Nianji's fingers discreetly slid over her phone and she smiled innocently. Why would you say that, Assistant Wen? We don't know each other, why would you want to harm me? I would never have such an unimaginable thought. Then you don't want to go for a drink with me and you're calling Professor He. Aren't you being cautious of me? Wen Shui sighed and shook her head at Gu Nianji. It's useless, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. The last thing Gu Nianji needed was someone to destroy her last hope. Her face darkened and she said dryly, I'm a stubborn person, I've never looked back until I hit the wall. So, even if it's useless, it's not too late to wait until I hit the wall first. But I liked you the moment I saw you. I didn't want you to be hurt like this. Wen Shui's voice was even more regretful. Nianji, can I call you Nianji? Gu Nianji raised her hand. Go ahead. Nianji, you are outstanding, very outstanding. No matter how you look at it, you will become the most outstanding female lawyer. You will also have a great future in the future. Thank you, I think so too, Gu Nianji said confidently, but she was actually trying to figure out what Wen Shui meant. You're quite confident. Wen Shui smiled. But do you know what? You've completely offended Professor He. I've been by his side for so many years, but I've never seen him be contradicted like this. I'm here today to remind you that when a person has a preconceived prejudice against you, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to get rid of that person's bad impression of you. Under this kind of person, even if you get the opportunity to enter the school, you will have no future to speak of. Why do you have to hang your head against a tree? Gu Nianji frowned. She didn't like Wen Shui's words about hanging her head against a tree. She gripped her phone and crossed her arms across her chest. She said calmly, "Are you saying that Professor He is a hypocrite, teaching assistant when a two-faced person? One thing to his face and another behind his back. What did I say that caused you to misunderstand me like this?" Wen Shi's expression changed abruptly, as if she had been slapped in the face. "Professor He is a righteous and upright person. How is this hypocrisy? If Professor He is righteous and not a two-faced person, then I don't understand why you're here to say this to me. I'm trying to advise you not to get into a dead end. Don't just stick to Professor He. You've offended him and made him very unhappy. You won't have any future to speak of if you follow him. If you don't believe me, you can ask your fellow graduate students. Which of those who offend their professors end up well?" Gu Nianji chuckled. She began to tap her feet. "At the end of the day, you're still implying that Professor He is a narrow-minded, petty person. I don't know what I've done to deserve teaching assistant Wen's favor. You're even willing to defame your own employer for the sake of my future. At the end of the day, you just don't believe me." Wen Shi stared at her with rapt attention. Her hand slid across her phone, and the expression on her face was one of pain and resentment. "You have no reason to convince me," Gu Nianji said without hesitation. "You've been with Professor He Ji-Chu for the longest time. You're the closest to him, but you don't protect his image in front of outsiders. Instead, you insinuate that he has a bad character. We've only met by chance, but you act like you're worried about my future. Teaching assistant Wen, please forgive my lack of imagination, but I really can't think of a reason for you to do this. If that's the case, then I won't say anything more. I really can't bear to see a promising talent like you ruin your future like this." Wen Shi returned to her car. "It's fine if you don't want to go. That's all I have to say." She started her car and drove away slowly. Gu Nianji stared at the back of the Beetle. She snorted, "Ridiculous." Then she went upstairs. The other 3 people in the dorm only came back when lights were about to go out. Green Tea Fong had gotten into the Imperial Capital's University of Political Science and Law as a postgraduate student. She was trying to get close to a senior there. Lady Chow had entered the largest law firm in the city and was preparing for her lawyer's license. Little Temptress was also going to the Imperial Capital, but she was going back to work in the legal department of her family business. Graduation was approaching, so everyone was busy. The dorm chatted for a while, then went to shower and get ready to go to bed. Gu Nianji fiddled with her phone on her bed. She had come up with 70 or 80 reasons for Wen Shi's sudden visit today, but none of them convinced her. Fortunately, she'd been extra careful today. She'd secretly recorded their conversation and saved it on her phone. To be on the safe side, she'd also uploaded a copy to her computer in Fengya Apartments. Wen Shi, who had been tossed and turned by Gu Nianji, was sitting in her room. She also turned on her phone and transferred the recording of her conversation with Gu Nianji to her computer. Because she had also recorded a copy. The recording of the conversation was played on Wen Shi's laptop. Wen Shi sat on the sofa and listened intently to the conversation. She shook her head slightly and lowered her eyes. She sighed softly. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow morning. There will be an extra update at 6 p.m. Asking for recommendation votes. I'll say it again. You guys must save the monthly votes for me. Oh, ___, oh. Chapter 38. No matter how Gu Nianji told herself to ignore teaching assistant Wen's words, her mood was inevitably affected. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Afraid that she would miss tomorrow's interview, she looked at her phone several times to check her alarm, afraid that she would forget. If she was late again the next day, she knew that she would never have another chance. Eventually, she forced herself to count sheep and finally fell asleep after counting a few hundred. But after she fell asleep, she had another dream. The same clear blue sky was filled with white clouds, the sun was shining, and the wind was blowing gently. Then, a blood-red MH210 suddenly flew out of the clouds. The next moment, she was already in the burning car. She turned her head in the car and looked back. Something had smashed a large hole in the rear window, and dark brown glass shards were splattered everywhere. Looking out through the hole, she could only see the fire and thick smoke. The scene behind her was blurry. She could vaguely see a man screaming and lunging towards her, but then he was held back by several people. She widened her eyes, trying to see what was going on, but suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke came over, and her eyes were filled with tears. She quickly blinked, and when she looked again, the fire at the rear window was getting bigger. Tongues of flame rolled over, and the thick smoke almost suffocated her. The scene behind her was completely obscured. When she turned around again, she saw Hu Xiaoheng pull the door open with a tense expression and rush into the car to rescue her. The burning pain of the tongues of flame on her skin woke her up from her dream, and she sat up straight. She unlocked her phone to look at the time. It was only 3 in the morning. The dorm was very dark and quiet. She could only hear the light breathing of her roommates. Her bed was at the bottom of the bunk by the window, and a yellow glow seeped in through the curtains. The night was warm and soft, and it was the light from the street lamps next to the dorm. She rubbed her temples as she thought about the dream she had just had. There was a little more. This time, there was another man who seemed to have a close relationship with her. Unfortunately, the scene was too blurry, and she couldn't see what he looked like. Was it her father? That was because that person looked like he was about to go crazy when he rushed over. Sigh, when would she remember what happened before the car accident? Mom and Dad, where are you? I really miss you guys. Thinking of her parents, Gu Nianji's somewhat anxious state of mind gradually calmed down. No matter who they were, they must have loved her dearly. With a smile on her lips, she slowly lay back down and fell asleep. When she woke up again, she was woken up by the phone alarm next to her pillow. As soon as the alarm rang, she cut it off reflexively and got up in a hurry. At 7:00 in the morning, the other 3 people in the dormitory were still sleeping soundly. No one heard her phone alarm. Gu Nianji put on the dress and went to the bathroom to wash up. She combed her hair and finished her skincare routine before picking up her backpack and heading downstairs. Mei Xiaowen was already waiting in the car opposite the dormitory. Seeing her walk out of the dormitory, Mei Xiaowen hurriedly opened the car door and got out. Nianji, have you had breakfast? Gu Nianji shook her head. It's not too late to eat after the interview. The interview would end at 8:00 at most by 9:00. They would have breakfast then. Mei Xiaowen seemed to already know what she would do. After she got in the car, he smiled and handed her a cardboard box. Eat fresh soy milk and xilongbao to fill your stomach first. Such thoughtfulness was hard to refuse. Gu Nianji blushed as she accepted the box and quietly said, "Thank you," before taking small bites. Gu Nianji had just finished eating when she arrived at the law faculty's office building. Mei Xiaowen handed her a bottle of mineral water and a pack of chewing gum. Gu Nianji unscrewed the cap and rinsed her mouth, then chewed a few times to get rid of the taste of food in her mouth. It was only 7:45 when she got out of the car and entered the building. At 7:50, she was already waiting at the door of the interview room. At 7:55, a young man wearing a dark blue fine-wool 3-piece suit and a moon-white checkered tie walked over from the other end of the corridor at an unhurried pace. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. The 3-piece suit looked very imposing. With one hand in his trouser pocket and the other holding a folder, he elegantly stood in front of Gu Nianji and asked coldly, "You're Gu Nianji?" He Jichu's skin was fair, a lock of black hair resting on his forehead, accentuating his shimmering almond-shaped eyes. They were like deep pools of starlight. When he blinked occasionally, the pool of starlight would ripple and drown a person. His handsome and exquisite nose and thin, tightly pursed lips made his face look a little cold, which was a sharp contrast to his amorous, almond-shaped eyes. It was full of a paradoxical charm. Gu Nianji quickly stood up. "You're Professor He Ji-chu." She had seen He Ji-chu's photo on Harvard Law School's website, so now that she saw him in person, she immediately recognized him. "I am, come in." He Ji-chu nodded calmly and pushed open the door to the conference room. He walked in first. His voice was much better than it had been on the phone yesterday, mainly because it wasn't hoarse anymore. Gu Nianji followed him in and closed the door behind her. "Sit, make yourself at home, it's just a casual chat." He Ji-chu sat at the oval conference table by the window and pointed to the seat across from him for Gu Nianji to sit. For the interview, Gu Nianji had purposely changed into a smoky gray wool suit dress and high heels. It accentuated her slender and graceful figure. Most importantly, it made her look more mature. She was too young and didn't want people to look down on her because of it. He Ji-chu opened his current folder and saw it was filled with Gu Nianji's materials. Her application form, exam results, resume, and a personal statement were all necessary for the application. "Tell me first, why did you apply to be my graduate student?" He Ji-chu looked up at her. This question was so simple, it was practically a standard interview question. Gu Nianji was already prepared. She first expressed her admiration for He Ji-chu and complimented him on his great achievements, then changed the topic. "Professor, he is so young and so promising, but he only taught PhD students in the past and never master's students. I was quite disappointed, but when I finished my postgraduate exams this year and filled in my application form, I discovered that you were actually recruiting master's students this year. I was overjoyed and immediately signed up for your specialization." He Ji-chu smiled slightly and lowered his head to write a few sentences on Gu Nianji's materials. He then flipped through Gu Nianji's resume and asked, "You passed the Imperial Special Talent Assessment at 15 and reached the standard of a third-year student. Based on your results, you could have easily gone to the B University Faculty of Law. Why did you choose C University?" Chapter 39. Hearing He Ji-chu's question, Gu Nianji almost broke out in a waterfall of sweat. She thought to herself, He Ji-chu was a great lawyer indeed. Her classmates thought she had transferred to C University, but she had actually passed a special exam from the Imperial Army with Hu Xiaoheng's help and obtained direct admission to any university in the empire. Choosing C University was a complete coincidence. When she was choosing schools, she overheard Hu Xiaoheng talking to his two personal secretaries, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze. He said that C City had a special operations forces base, but not the capital. If Gu Nianji had chosen B University in the capital, then Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't be able to be by her side. Yin Shixiang would have to take care of her, therefore, she had chosen C City's C University Faculty of Law without hesitation. Now that she was about to graduate, she heard that Hu Xiaoheng was going to set up a headquarters in the empire's capital. Only then did she boldly fill in as a postgraduate in B University Faculty of Law. So deep down, she was still the little girl who had lost her memory in the burning car. She couldn't live alone without Hu Xiaoheng. Ever since the car accident 6 years ago, her sense of security had never been complete. She could only live with peace of mind wherever Hu Xiaoheng was. But she couldn't tell He Ji-chu or Hu Xiaoheng. They were all secrets buried deep in her heart. Moreover, Hu Xiaoheng's situation had to be kept a secret. Gu Nianji lowered her head and supported herself on the table. She said carefully, "Because C University is close to home. I was young and didn't want to be too far away." "Oh. Gu Nianji, where are you from? Where did you grow up?" He Ji-chu closed the folder and leaned back on the soft chair. He asked casually. His shimmering, sultry eyes were slightly raised as he looked at her with a hint of coolness. Gu Nianji couldn't remember anything before she was 12. She had lost her memory and her car had been reduced to ashes. No one had seen the license plate number. She was only carrying a small backpack with a photo and a data chart in it. The little girl in the photo was Gunyenji. On the back of the photo was written, Gunyenji's 11th birthday. There was a date below. It was from a year ago. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult to find her parents and family, but the strange thing was that even with the immense power of the Empire's military, they couldn't find out where she came from. This was also one of the reasons why the Empire's military decided to make Hu Shaoheng her guardian. They were used to controlling uncertainties in their own hands. Because of this, for the sake of confidentiality, when Gunyenji enrolled at C University, they had already prepared a resume for her, which was the content of her resume. Gunyenji calmly explained the contents of her resume in a different way. These experiences had long been arranged. There were witnesses and material evidence, so there was no need to be afraid of others investigating. The Imperial Army Special Operations Forces falsified countless identities every day, so they were already very familiar with this kind of thing. He Jichu nodded slightly. Your parents passed away when you were 3 years old. Did you grow up with distant relatives? Yes, they are very good to me. Gunyenji intentionally didn't mention it and changed the topic to He Jichu. She asked with particular interest, Professor He, you have a bright future in the United States. Why did you return to the Empire's university to be a professor? He Jichu looked up, his expression even colder. He seemed to have seen through Gunyenji's intentions, but he didn't expose her. His slender fingers tapped on the table as he reminded her, now is the time for me to ask questions. It's not yet time for you to ask questions. Gunyenji said. Then please continue. He Jichu asked her a few more professional questions. This time, he asked in English, mixed in with the Latin often used in American law. Gunyenji answered fluently. Her accent was very pure British, as if she had grown up in the British Isles. He Jichu was slightly surprised. The corners of his long and narrow eyes twitched, and his eyes sparkled. I didn't expect your English to be so good. So do you plan to further your studies abroad or stay in the Empire? Gunyenji rested her chin on her hand and thought about it. She answered honestly, I haven't thought about that yet. She had to discuss her future and fate with Hu Shaoheng before making a decision. She really did want to study abroad and see the outside world, but if Hu Shaoheng wasn't by her side, she was afraid she would go crazy from fear, but she also knew that she couldn't rely on Hu Shaoheng forever. She was also learning to escape the shadow of her past and learn to live on her own. But she wasn't in a hurry. It wouldn't be too late to become independent when she was 20. He Jichu didn't ask any more questions. He closed the folder and said to Gunyenji coolly, no matter what, you've been late twice. You've already missed the fall admissions deadline. Gunyenji's heart clenched. She had worked so hard for so long. Was it still not enough? But I'm also recruiting for the spring class. Are you willing to enroll next spring? He Jichu was very good at keeping people in suspense. One sentence sent Gunyenji's mood to hell, and another sentence sent her to heaven. Spring class. Sure. Next spring, right? Is that an official admission? Of course. He Jichu extended his hand to Gunyenji. Welcome to our team. From now on, you'll be He Jichu's only master's student. Gunyenji hadn't expected He Jichu to accept her on the spot. She was pleasantly surprised and quickly extended her hand to shake He Jichu's, then quickly let go. He Jichu's palm was very cold. It matched his calm expression perfectly. It made you feel like this kind of person was just like that. It wasn't right for him to have a pair of warm hands. Professor, he really wants me. Gunyenji's large eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. She was so happy she almost cried. Yesterday, your teaching assistant came to see me and persuaded me to give up the interview. She also said that I wouldn't have a bright future if I followed Professor He. I'm a timid person. I didn't have a father or mother since I was young, and I don't have any support. Her words scared me so much that I couldn't sleep all night. He Ji-chu paused. He looked up at Gu Nianji, his dark eyes fixed on her. What did you say? My teaching assistant came to see you yesterday. And persuaded you to give up the interview. Oh. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Gu Nianji pretended to be upset. She bowed repeatedly, but she was actually secretly revealing all the things Wen Shuyi had said about her. She was petty and wouldn't take it lying down. She also wouldn't be the kind of dumb Virgin Mary who said, I'm the greatest when I've been wronged. He Ji-chu didn't seem to expect this at all. He leaned back on the large sofa in the conference room. After a while, he nodded and asked. My teaching assistant. Who is it? There will be an additional update at 6 p.m. Seeking recommendation votes. Oh, ___, oh. Chapter 40. She said her name was Wen Shuyi. Gu Nianji looked closely at He Ji-chu's expression and saw that his dark eyes were calm, but his aura was a bit colder. She immediately chuckled and said, Professor He, maybe she's doing this for my own good? Don't be angry. He paused and said half sarcastically, maybe she knows that I can't stand being goaded, so she's trying to provoke me at the last minute so that I can perform better. Look, didn't I perform well today? You're going to give me an acceptance letter, right? He Ji-chu slowly put away the folder and stood up to look at Gu Nianji. He said in a businesslike tone, You're good at expressing yourself. Keep it up and strive to be a defense lawyer in court. As he walked out, he took out his phone and sent a message. He then entered Gu Nianji's name on the B University School of Law's admissions website and confirmed it before showing it to Gu Nianji. You can check your email, the acceptance letter should have been sent automatically. You should receive the paper acceptance letter in 3 days. Call me if you don't get it. Gu Nianji quickly took out her phone to check her email. As expected, an acceptance letter from the B University School of Law admissions office was already sitting in her email. With this, Gu Nianji finally let out a deep sigh of relief. The weight on her chest had finally been lifted. She almost immediately forwarded the acceptance letter to Yin Shixiang and Chen Lai. She didn't forward it to Huo Xiaoheng because he didn't have a personal email. He never checked his work email. His personal secretary, Zhao Liangzi, took care of it for him, so Gu Nianji didn't have to trouble herself. Thank you, Professor He. I'll be counting on you in the future. Gu Nianji bowed to He Ji-chu again to thank him. I hope Professor He is magnanimous and forgets that I was late for the last 2 interviews. He Ji-chu was still texting on his phone as he replied impassively, If I really didn't want you, all I had to do was make you fail the interview. Why would I go through the trouble of giving you a special spot for spring admission? I don't have the time to make things difficult for you. Gu Nianji made a face behind He Ji-chu's back and giggled. I knew Professor He wasn't a narrow-minded, two-faced person. That's why I came to the interview with great psychological pressure. Luckily, I won the bet. He Ji-chu stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. His dark brows furrowed. Don't overthink things. Then, he changed the topic. You have more than half a year from this summer's graduation to next spring's enrollment. What are your plans? Gu Nianji shook her head. I haven't thought about it yet. I have to go back and discuss it with my family. You're very obedient to your family. He Ji-chu keenly noticed this fact. The best lawyers are half psychologists. Gu Nianji spread her hands and smiled. I'm still young. I'm not even 18 yet. Of course I have to listen to my family. They won't harm me. He Ji-chu didn't say anything else. He lowered his head and dialed a number. Gu Nianji's phone immediately rang. Just as she was about to answer, the other party hung up again. He Ji-chu raised his phone. That's my number. Save it for me. If you don't have anything else to do, you can start helping me with cases during the summer break. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She quickly saved He Ji-chu's number. I'll be sure to contact Professor He when the time comes. He Ji-chu waved at her to let her go first. He walked to the small office next door and sat down. Soon after, when Shui arrived, she asked gently, Professor He, you were looking for me. He Ji-chu pushed the folder beside him to Wen Shui. I've accepted Gu Nianji. Finish the paperwork for her. Wen Shui was shocked. Professor He, you've really accepted her. But she. Not only had she been late twice, but she'd also talked back to He Ji-chu. Based on Wen Shui's understanding of He Ji-chu over the years, she'd already crossed his bottom line. Business is business. Personal is personal. Don't think too much about it. He Ji-chu lit a cigarette. His peach blossom eyes sparkled as he looked at Wen Shui. He didn't ask her, but Wen Shui knew Gu Nianji must have complained. Wen Shui smiled helplessly. She played the conversation she'd recorded yesterday to He Ji-chu. That's it. I was being kind. I didn't want Professor He to worry about you in the future. I also didn't want this little girl's future to be ruined because of this. I didn't expect this little girl to be so sharp-tongued. She's especially good at twisting people's words. I'm almost embarrassed by her. Wen Shui spoke softly as she opened the folder He Ji-chu had handed to her. She sorted out the documents and reorganized them. He Ji-chu blew out a bright white smoke ring. His dark eyes darkened. He stared at the door for a while. He didn't say anything until the recording ended. Wen Shui sat across from He Ji-chu. She looked up at him and smiled. The morning sun was cut into strands by the blinds in the small office. It reflected on her, half bright and half dark. He Ji-chu smoked his cigarette. His gaze returned to Wen Shui's face. He seemed to be immersed in a distant memory. The Wen Shui in front of him had a slightly plump figure, thin eyebrows, a small mouth, a straight and slender nose, and slightly upturned phoenix eyes, which were somewhat similar to his peach blossom eyes, but more slender. She looked like a lady who had walked out of an ancient painting, plump and round, with a delicate charm after the wind and waves had calmed down. He Ji-chu stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Is there anything else? Wen Shui relaxed. She took out her phone to look at her electronic notepad. She said calmly, someone sent in a list today. Someone in Sea City is hiring Professor He to be their defense lawyer at a high price. He Ji-chu was not only a partner in a major American law firm. He also had an imperial lawyer's license. He had his own law firm in the imperial capital. Oh. Who is it? To be able to hire He Ji-chu as a defense lawyer, one not only had to be rich, but they also had to have enough trouble. This family has a bit of a history with you. Wen Shui took out a document from her handbag. Do you still remember the student you interviewed for the first time, Feng Yishi? He Ji-chu took the document and glanced at it. Didn't Feng Yishi violate the school rules and get expelled? The Fengs. What happened to them? Feng Yishi violated the school rules. Not only was she expelled, but she's also now sentenced. She'll have to go through a year of labor. Wen Shui said regretfully. This student is the real pity. I don't know what kind of person she messed with. She's been messed with so badly. Shui, you're also a lawyer. I can fire you immediately for using such unprofessional language. He Ji-chu pushed the document back. I don't want to make a fool of myself when someone who follows me says such things. I'm looking for more recommendation votes. I'm reminding you again to save your monthly votes for me. I'm communicating with the editor to confirm the release date. Chapter 41. When Shi's heart skipped a beat, she knew she had touched Hijichu's bottom line. She regretted what she had done with Gunyenji, but Hijichu hadn't said a word to her after listening to the recording. She thought she had gotten away with it, but it turned out Hijichu was just hiding it and waiting for her. That made sense. How could someone like Hijichu let others see through his true intentions? If he wanted to mess with someone, he wouldn't let anyone see the real reason. 2 years ago, he had become a partner at the largest law firm in the United States at the age of 26, and not just because of his superb legal skills. Professor He, I was wrong. When Shi quickly stood up, but are you going to take this job or not? No. Hijichu stood up impatiently. What kind of messed up case is this? Assistant 1, is it because you've been too tired lately that your work has deteriorated? Do you want me to give you a long vacation, or resign and be done with it? I can find another teaching assistant. When Shi's calm expression was swept away, she was suddenly panicking. She had never imagined Hijichu would actually send her away. Professor He. Please forgive me this once, on account of my years of loyalty to you. Tears welled up in Wen Shi's eyes. She was on the verge of kneeling before Hijichu. Her previous gentle composure was gone. Her face was full of panic, her whole body trembling, her plump lips trembling. Hijichu looked at her quietly for a while, then reached out and brushed his cool fingertips over her face, wiping away a few tears. His voice was clear and slow. Okay. But there won't be a next time. With that, he turned to leave. When Shi sighed deeply, her legs were so weak she could barely stand. She quickly braced herself against the corner of the desk. She reached out to touch the spot on her face where Hijichu had wiped away her tears, warning herself not to make any more mistakes. She knew better than anyone else how cold-blooded Hijichu was. Gunyenji happily walked out of the Faculty of Law building and rushed to Mei Xiaoan, who was waiting for her under the car shed nearby. She showed him the acceptance email she had received on her phone. Professor, he has accepted me. On the spot. Mei Xiaoan laughed and looked at the email on her phone. It really is an acceptance letter from the B University Faculty of Law Graduate School of Law. Congratulations, Nianji. Mei Xiaoan took the opportunity to hold Gunyenji's hand, then wrapped his arm around her shoulder and pulled her into the car. Although Gunyenji was a bit uncomfortable, Mei Xiaoan let go of her as soon as they were in the car. He had a good sense of propriety, but when he reached over her to fasten her seatbelt, Gunyenji quickly pushed his hand away. I'll do it myself. Mei Xiaoan didn't insist. He started the car and drove to the dormitory area, smiling as he said, I just so happened to have booked a sumptuous hotel dinner today. We'll go out tonight to celebrate your success in the postgraduate entrance exam. Gunyenji smiled and nodded. Thank you, class rep. As she spoke, Gunyenji's phone rang. It was Yin Shixiang. He laughed heartily and congratulated Gunyenji over the phone. He also said, Hua Xiao will be very happy to know. I've already passed the news to him. Thank you, Brother Xiong. Gunyenji smiled. As soon as she ended the call with Yin Shixiang, a text from Chenlai came in. Congratulations, Nianji. When you get back, Brother Chin will take you to celebrate. Brother Chin will keep his word. I'll remember that. Gunyenji replied. Chenlai immediately followed up with a text. Of course, when has Brother Chin ever gone back on his word? Oh right, are you going back to the apartment this weekend? Gunyenji sent a question mark. Because Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in C City, Gunyenji didn't want to go back to the apartment. Chenlai texted, you still need to have a checkup every week for at least a month. Oh, got it. I'll go back this weekend. Gu Nianji felt that Chenlai was making a big deal out of nothing. She didn't feel any discomfort, nor did she have any feelings for men. She didn't know why Chenlai kept checking like he was facing a formidable enemy. She pouted and put her phone away. She began chatting with Mei Xiaoan. Class rep, aren't you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Mei Xiaoan shook his head. He took out the Greek yogurt he had prepared for Gu Nianji and handed it to her. My family wants me to go back and help them. I passed my law exam, so I'll be able to practice law after a year of internship. The Mei family's business was mainly in Sea City. This meant that he would be staying in Sea City after graduation. And Gu Nianji would be going to the imperial capital next spring for her postgraduate studies. Wouldn't that mean they would have to split up? Mei Xiaoan seemed to know what Gu Nianji was thinking. He smiled. My family is going to the imperial capital to expand our family business. When you go there, I'll ask my family to send me there. She could also study with her sweetheart. What a considerate class rep, Gu Nianji blushed. She turned her head awkwardly to look out the window, but the corners of her lips curled up. Mei Xiaoan's car had just stopped outside Gu Nianji's dorm when his phone beeped. There was a text message. Weinan, class rep, I haven't been feeling well lately. Sob 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 sob. Class rep, I want a hug and comfort. Mei Xiaoan glanced at it and quickly answered the call. His voice was relaxed. Weinan, you're such a tomboy. I didn't know you'd act like a little girl. Tell me, what's up? Something happened to my family. Class rep, can you lend me some money? I'll pay you back as soon as the money from my dad's business comes through. No problem. Tell me, how much do you need? 150,000 will be fine. It's to pay off the bank interest. I just need to last a week, 150,000. Okay, give me your bank account number. I'll transfer it to you. Mei Xiaoan didn't say anything else. He unlocked his phone and looked at the balance in his bank account. The other party sent him a string of bank account numbers. Mei Xiaoan swiped his finger and transferred 150,000 to the other party. Thank you, class rep. A woman's bright and clear laughter came from the other end. She was very happy. Mei Xiaoan hung up and saw Gu Nianji looking at him in confusion. He took the initiative to explain. It's my high school classmate. Something happened to her family, so she asked me to borrow some money. Gu Nianji opened the car door and got out. She was shocked that Mei Xiaoan would borrow such a large sum of money without hesitation. Is it really your classmate? It's not a phone scam, is it? She had seen this kind of thing happen a lot on the internet. Mei Xiaoan smiled and patted her head. Nianji, are you worried about me? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at him. I'm worried that you've really been scammed. Our dinner tonight is ruined again. She paused. How about I pay the bill tonight? I want to treat the girls in the dorm anyway. There will be an update at 6 p.m. Asking for recommendation votes. Stop nagging and save your monthly ticket for me. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 42. You're underestimating me. It's only 150,000, it's not like I can't afford to pay her. Mei Xiaoan smiled and hugged Gu Nianji to his chest. He explained patiently, don't worry. Ai Weinan is my high school classmate. We know each other, and our families know each other. Who's worried about you? Gu Nianji felt uncomfortable and tilted her head. The platinum lilac earrings on her exquisite, shell-like earlobes glowed in the sunlight, almost blinding Mei Xiaoan. Mei Xiaoan instinctively covered his eyes with his arm. She took the opportunity to push him away and quickly walked back to her dorm. Mei Xiaoan watched her enter the dorm with a smile before driving away. On the way, he received another call from Ai Weinan. Class rep, you're such a good bro. I went on, have no regrets having a bro like class rep. I went on's voice trembled with excitement over the phone. Mei Xiaoan grinned. We're already bros, why are you being so polite? I'm not being polite, I'm grateful. I went on was in a great mood. Class rep, what have you been up to lately? Did you take the postgraduate exams? No, I'm preparing to graduate and go home. Mei Xiaoan turned the steering wheel and drove out of the campus. I went on chatted with him for a long time. Mei Xiaoan mentioned that he was going to the Red House restaurant to treat everyone. I went on said happily over the phone, class rep. I haven't eaten at the Red House in years. Class rep, you have to eat more and get my share. Ha 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 ha, of course. Mei Xiaoan was about to hang up. I'm driving. I have to go. See you later. Yeah, bye class rep. On the other end of the phone, Ai Weinan looked at the $150,000 in her bank account. She was in a very good mood. She looked at her phone and grinned from ear to ear. Ai Weinan's roommate poked her shoulder and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? You're smiling like an idiot. Yesterday you were crying over $100,000, but today you're acting like nothing happened." Of course I'm fine. I got the money. Ai Weinan showed her phone to her roommate and said proudly, "Remember the Prince Charming class rep I told you about?" I remember. He's cultured, talented, and rich. What's wrong? He was the one who lent it to me. I just told him, and he transferred it to me without hesitation. His roommate exclaimed, "Really? He transferred over 100,000 yuan to you without asking for any collateral? What are you talking about? What mortgage? What's the relationship between me and the class leader? We are best buddies." Ha 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 ha. Ai Weinan let out a hearty laugh. No matter how close he is, he wouldn't transfer 100,000 to you without even asking. Her roommate rolled her eyes and grabbed Ai Weinan's shoulder. Unless he's interested in you. How is this possible? Ai Weinan jumped up, blushing. We're really just bros. Her roommate folded her arms and looked at her, smiling without saying a word. Ai Weinan looked down at herself in the mirror. Her eyes were bright and her face glowed. She looked much better than usual. She couldn't help touching her face and murmured, "Really? Was it possible that the class leader liked her?" It's absolutely true. Weinan, as someone who's been through it, I can say that there aren't many men in this world who can transfer over 100,000 yuan to you with a single word. You have to seize the opportunity. Good luck. Her roommate gave Ai Weinan a thumbs up. Ai Weinan smiled. I think you're overthinking it. She put away the phone and slung on her little bag. Oh right, I need to go home now that I got the money. Isn't your home in C City? They were attending university in Z City. It was a 3-hour drive from Z City to C City, but the high-speed rail took half an hour. It was very convenient and fast. Yeah, I'm taking the high-speed rail back. I'll be back tomorrow. Cover for me, and sign me in for the public elective class in the afternoon. No problem. In the evening, Mei Xiaoan drove a Lexus SUV to pick up Gu Nianji's roommates for dinner at the Red House restaurant. Gu Nianji sat in the front passenger seat, while Fang Wenxin, Chao Yunshan and Wang Junya sat in the back. Mei Xiaoan also brought a roommate, Lei Qiangsheng. Everyone called him Strongman because he was especially tall and strong. The 6 of them arrived in front of the Red House restaurant. Once inside, the hostess led them to the private room Mei Xiaoan had reserved. It was a very elegantly decorated European room, with a large crystal chandelier on the ceiling. An oil painting of a naked woman hung on the wall, as well as a dark blue Monet water lily. There were a few light gold velvet sofas against the wall, and a small coffee table with ashtrays, tissues, and a small succulent potted plant. The food's already been ordered. Italian for 6. Mei Xiaowen was obviously a regular here. He was very experienced in ordering food and seating. Everyone sat down at the round table, and strongmen began to compliment Green Tea Fong. Green Tea, your dress is so beautiful today. What brand is it? Green Tea Fong held a lady's cigarette between her fair fingers. She blew out a ring of smoke elegantly and glanced sideways at Strongman. Strongman, if you wipe off your drool, I'll tell you the brand. Am I drooling? Strongman quickly wiped his mouth with a tissue, but discovered that Green Tea Fong was only teasing him. He laughed nonchalantly and continued to fawn over her. Fong Wenxin, who was elegant and good at being a Green Tea Fong, had always been the goddess of most of the boys in the Faculty of Law. Mei Xiaowen was one of the few boys who was immune to her. He only had eyes for Gu Nianji. He sat next to her and patiently and meticulously arranged the knife and fork for her. He quietly explained to her how to use it, and even poured her a cup of milk tea. Gu Nianji actually wanted black coffee, but milk tea would do. Thank you, Class Republic. Gu Nianji sat next to Mei Xiaowen. Little Temptress sat on her other side. Little Temptress rested her head on her hand and leaned against the dining table. She asked Mei Xiaowen weakly, Class Rep, when will the food be served? I've been on a diet since this morning for this meal. Little Temptress, I have cookies here. Do you want some? Strongman had a gentle, girlish heart. He liked to carry all sorts of snacks with him, but it was actually a tool for him to pick up girls. Wang Junius' nickname was Little Temptress. Of course she wouldn't fall for Strongman's tricks. She smiled seductively, and Strongman's bones melted. I don't want cookies. I want fried calamari rings with onion. Serve. Serve. Fried calamari rings with onion, right? Strongman waved his arm at the waitress standing at the door and yelled, Fried calamari rings with onion, please. I want a big one. Mei Xiaowen shook his head with a smile and turned to Gu Nianji, do you want one? It's pretty good. Me? How about fish and chips? Gu Nianji cocked her head. She loved Scottish-style fish and chips the most. It was deep-fried with beef and served with fresh mashed peas. It was delicious. It was very easy to make, but it required a lot of skill to make it taste good. I'm looking for more votes. Stop nagging and save your monthly tickets for me. The time to enter the internet was set. It would be after 10 a.m. on the 8th. It would definitely be 3 a.m. on that day. After that, I'll look at my friends' votes. 100 votes plus 1 update. My stock is waiting for my friends to squeeze it dry. Chapter 43. When she was 13, Gu Nianji had gone to Scotland for a holiday with Hu Xiaoheng to eat fish and chips once at the famous Caroline's pub. She had never forgotten about it and even tried to learn how to make it when she came back. Unfortunately, Chen Lai had banned it because it was too oily, unhealthy, and prone to obesity. Mei Xiaowen's gaze became even more sympathetic. The fish and chips he knew were fast food like McDonald's and KFC, completely unpresentable. Who would actually eat that kind of food for the rich and powerful? Let's have onion fried calamari rings. Mei Xiaowen gently squeezed Gu Nianji's hand and said to the waitress at the door, and 2 large portions of onion fried calamari rings. Gu Nianji didn't like onions and calamari. But when a few large plates were served, she politely took a few bites and praised them without feeling any pain or itch. Everyone else at the table ate happily. Gu Nianji sipped her milk tea and looked at everyone with a smile. After the appetizers, the main course was served. Because they had ordered Italian food, everyone shared it according to Western customs. Everyone had their own plate and ate what was on their plate. There was no need to serve each other. Mei Xiaoan's main course for Gu Nianji was Milanese veal seasoned with onion and bay, and grilled codfish in tomato sauce. Gu Nianji discreetly pushed the onions beside the veal slices to the side and only cut a piece of beef to taste. Nianji, congratulations on getting the acceptance letter for the B University Faculty of Law postgraduate program. Mei Xiaoan smiled and raised his glass of Moscato Astur to congratulate Gu Nianji. Oh. Little Four, you got the acceptance letter. When did that happen? Little Temptress exclaimed in surprise and also raised her glass. The Moscato Astur had an alcohol content of only 5% and tasted like carbonated drinks. Mei Xiaoan had to drive, so it was fine for him to drink it. This morning, Professor, he sent me the acceptance letter right after the interview, but it was an email. The official letter said it would arrive in 3 days. Gu Nianji also raised her glass and said cheerfully. She was extremely happy. Becoming a postgraduate student under Professor He Zhichu at the B University Faculty of Law was one of her wishes. Well done. Green Tea Fong raised her glass as well and smiled gracefully. You missed the interview because you were sick. That Feng Yishi from the dorm next door disgusted me. Thank God she's okay. Otherwise, my only regret in my university life would be Feng Yishi getting into B University's Faculty of Law as a graduate student. She was worried that her roommates would be unhappy with her if they found out that she had secretly gone to the interview without telling them. However, the other 3 people in the dormitory did not care at all. They all smiled and congratulated her. It seemed like she was thinking too much. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up like a water chestnut. She raised her hand and clinked glasses with everyone. Everyone drained their cups in one go, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. Mei Xiaoan thoughtfully poured her another glass of Moscato Astur white wine. It was just enough to cover the bottom of the glass. The atmosphere of the Red House restaurant suddenly became high-end, and everyone spoke softly to each other. The sudden ringing of a cell phone was particularly abrupt. Mei Xiaoan frowned and looked at his phone. It was Ai Weinan. He didn't want to answer, so he hung up. However, Ai Weinan quickly sent him a text. Class rep, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the Red House restaurant. Mei Xiaoan was speechless. He put his phone away and stood up to say to Gu Nianji, I have to go out for a while. Eat slowly and wait for me to come back. He patted Strongman's shoulder. Take good care of them for me. I'll be right back. After Mei Xiaoan left, Little Temptress, who was sitting next to Gu Nianji, took a sip of wine and asked her, where did class rep go? I think something happened. Someone called him. Gu Nianji didn't know what it was, so she casually changed the subject. Little Temptress, you're going back to the capital after graduation. Yeah, my family is rushing me. Little Temptress had chicken parmesan and lettuce, bell pepper, and octopus salad in front of her. She used a fork to mix the finely sliced cheese and tomato sauce and spread it on the chicken breast. She cut off a small piece and ate it slowly. The cheese had a rich flavor, and the tomato sauce was fresh and fragrant. The flavors were strong when mixed together. It was a good accompaniment to a sip of white wine. Green Tea Fong ate a few mouthfuls of the squid spaghetti and stopped eating. She held her glass of sweet white wine and stared at the door, lost in thought. She waited until Mei Xiaoan came in with a good-looking, moderately built girl. She smiled and coughed lightly. Her tone was very intriguing. Class rep, you went out to meet some pretty girls. Mei Xiaoan pulled out a chair for Ai Weinan to sit. He introduced her to the other students in the private room. This is my high school classmate, Ai Weinan. She's studying law at Z University. He then introduced his college classmates to Ai Weinan. These are my classmates, strongmen. You know them. This is our female classmates, Fang Wenxin, Chao Yunshan, Wang Junya, and Gu Nianji. Mei Xiaoan deliberated for a moment and decided not to mention their nicknames. He only said their names. Ai Weinan poured herself a glass of wine generously and said, "I'm late. I'll drink 3 glasses as punishment. You guys help yourselves. Xiaoan is a hospitable person, so don't be shy. Eat whatever you want." She downed her glass in one gulp, then downed 2 more in a row. She looked like the hostess of the house. Gu Nianji's roommates were all shrewd people. How could they not see that this girl was trying to assert her sovereignty? Green Tea Fong chuckled. How dare this Ai Weinan show off in front of an expert? She, Green Tea Fong, had stopped doing this after she graduated from elementary school. She twirled her wine glass in her hand and said slowly, "What do you mean by drinking 3 glasses of wine as punishment? Shouldn't you usually drink white wine?" Little Temptress immediately chimed in. "Yes, if classmate AI is sincere, you should drink 3 glasses of white wine as punishment." Interesting. But did the class monitor invite you in advance? Lady Chao smiled gracefully and also raised her wine cup. Ai Weinan was taken aback. She shook her head. Class rep didn't know I was coming to see City today. Why would he invite me? Lady Chao slammed her glass down on the table. Her voice was soft and gentle. Then why are you punishing yourself? You make it sound like we're all waiting for you. Your face is as big as this goblet. Ai Weinan's face flushed red. She looked at Mei Xiaoan and bit her lip. Class rep, Mei Xiaoan smiled and tried to smooth things over. The 3 of them just like to joke around. They have sharp tongues but soft hearts. They're just joking with you. I'll have an extra update at 6 p.m. Looking for recommendation tickets. Save the monthly tickets for me until the 8th. We'll go on sale after 10 a.m. on the 8th. It'll be 3 updates on that day. I'll get 100 monthly tickets plus 1 update. I'll add as many monthly tickets as you have. I'll never go back on my word. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 44. Yes, we really like to joke around. Little Temptress smirked and lowered her head to eat her food. Green Tea Fong and Lady Chao looked at each other, then at Gu Nianji sitting across from them. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction. She continued to smile at them and even winked at them. Green Tea Fong couldn't help sighing and muttered to Lady Chao, "I feel like the 3 of us were eunuchs." Eunuchs? What eunuchs? Strongman asked as he attentively handed Ai Weinan a knife, fork, and plate. What else? The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuchs are. Little Temptress glared at Gu Nianji, her knife and fork rattling against the gold-plated bone china butterfly plate. She was supposed to be the star of the show tonight. How could she let a woman who came out of nowhere steal the limelight? Gu Nianji was indeed unhappy, but she and Mei Xiaoan hadn't made up their minds yet. What right did she have to stop other girls from being nice to Mei Xiaoan? Mei Xiaoan heard it too and smiled at Gu Nianji. He said affectionately, "Today is Nianji's admission to the B University Faculty of Law. We're celebrating with her." Class rep, you're the one celebrating with Nianji. We're just accompanying her. Lady Chao valued her status above all else. Her catchphrase was, "If you don't have a proper name, then your words won't be justified." Exactly, class rep, you said in front of all of us yesterday that you wanted to pursue Nianji. Why aren't you bringing it up now that your spare tire is here? Little Temptress was an expert at using her looks to bully others. She was always blunt with her words. Wang Junya. Mei Xiaoan raised his eyebrows and called out Little Temptress's name to show that he was angry. There are outsiders here, can't you save me some face? Nianji hasn't even agreed to let me pursue her yet. What if you scare her away by saying that? Gu Nianji's 3 roommates finally calmed down after he put Ai Weinan in the outsiders category. Ai Weinan's eyes darkened, but it was only for a fleeting moment. She seemed to understand why Mei Xiaoan and the other female college students didn't like her. She let out a hearty laugh. Are you guys misunderstanding something? I've been classmates with the class leader for 6 years, and we've always been good friends. His business is my business. As she spoke, she stood up with her glass of wine and walked to Gu Nianji's side. She bent over to raise her glass and smiled. You're Gu Nianji, our class leader's sweetheart. What a dainty little girl. Don't be afraid, if the class leader doesn't treat you well, tell me, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Ai Weinan looked at Mei Xiaoan and dragged out her words. That's just how he is. He's nice to everyone, but even nicer to the person in his heart. Mei Xiaoan listened to Ai Weinan and said helplessly, Weinan, don't tell me you're drunk already. You can drink more than that, right? Why are you talking like a drunk? Class rep, I'm speaking the truth. You have to let little sister Gu Nianji know how good you are. A man like you, whoever is with you will be blessed. Little sister Nianji, I think you're a very lucky person. As for me, don't mind me, just don't treat me like a woman. I'm a real manly woman. There's a fundamental difference between a manly woman and a manly *tch. Green Tea Fong snorted disdainfully and subtly slapped Ai Weinan in the face. Ai Weinan suppressed her anger and pretended not to hear. She put down her glass and straightened up to say to Mei Xiaoan, Class rep, I'm here today to thank you for the $150,000 you lent me. I'm returning to Sea City to deliver the money to my family. They're in urgent need of it. You guys take your time, I'm leaving. Mei Xiaoan stood up as well. I'll walk you out. It's getting late, it's not convenient for a girl like you. Class rep, I'm a manly woman, not a girl. Why would it be inconvenient? Green Tea Fong gracefully wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin, but her eyes were cold. Personally delivering the money. Who doesn't know how to use online bank transfers these days? Do you want me to teach you? Or Alipay is fine, or WeChat transfer is fine. You don't have to come all the way back to deliver the money. Her words exposed Ai Weinan's excuse. Ai Weinan smiled awkwardly. Mei Xiaoan slowly sat down again and looked up at Ai Weinan apologetically. Then give me a call when you get home. Ai Weinan waved magnanimously. You guys eat, I'm going back now. After Ai Weinan left, the atmosphere was no longer the same as before. Even Strongman, who loved fawning in front of his goddess, couldn't lift his spirits. A nice dinner party had ended on a sour note. Mei Xiaoan drove Gu Nianji's 4 roommates to their dorm. He had wanted to stop Gu Nianji for a private chat, but his phone rang again. He took it out and saw it was Ai Weinan. He quickly picked up and asked, Weinan, you're home, right? Is everything okay at home? Gu Nianji turned to look at him, but didn't wait any longer. She went back to her dorm with her roommates. When she got back, Little Temptress scolded Ai Weinan. Everyone knows what Sima Zhao is up to. Green Tea Fong put her arm around Gu Nianji's shoulders and comforted her. Don't take it to heart. Men are all like that. I've been in the business for so many years, they can't hide anything from me. Gu Nianji giggled. She put her arm around Green Tea Fong's and leaned her head on her shoulder. I'm so happy that I'm your good friend. You have to keep up the good habit of not eating the grass near your burrow. Otherwise, when you, Green Tea Fong, make a move, no man can escape from your palm. Gu Nianji, you're rebelling. How dare you make fun of me, Green Tea Fong? Take this. Green Tea Fong slapped Gu Nianji's perky butt as she spoke. The soft sensation made Green Tea Fong's entire arm go numb. Gu Nianji giggled and pounced on Green Tea Fong to pinch her cheek. Green Tea Fong, I wonder which guy can get intimate with you. Look at your skin, it's so soft, I can squeeze water out of it. Really? Really? Little Temptress and Lady Chow also joined in the pinching of Green Tea Fong. The room was filled with laughter, immediately dispelling the discomfort of being interrupted by Ai Weinan. Mei Xiaoan hung up the phone and realized that Gu Nianji had already gone upstairs. Strongman slumped in the back seat and said weakly, "Class rep, do you really like Gu Nianji?" Mei Xiaoan nodded. Why would I pursue her if I didn't really like her? She has nothing but herself. Strongman looked silently in the direction of Gu Nianji's dorm room. That's true. Good luck, class rep. Gu Nianji doesn't have a family to help her, but she's so smart. She'll definitely have a bright future. You look so carefree, but you know exactly what's going on. Mei Xiaoan shook his head with a smile and shooed Strongman out of the car. You go back first, I still need to talk to Nianji. Looking for more recommendation votes. Save the monthly tickets for me until the 8th, they'll go on sale after 10 a.m. on the 8th. Countdown to release. Chapter 45. Class rep prioritizes hoes over friends. You only care about the opposite sex. Strongman yelled exaggeratedly as he got out of the car. He hiccuped and staggered back to his dorm. Mei Xiaoan leaned against the car and stood in the shadow of the streetlight. He couldn't help smiling as he called Gu Nianji. Ever since he graduated from high school, he had not tasted this sweet feeling in his heart. This time, he wouldn't let go. He would regret missing out on her. Mei Xiaoan dialed, but Gu Nianji hung up. He stared at the phone screen in a daze for a while, then looked up at Gu Nianji's dorm room. The lights were still on. She wasn't asleep, but she wasn't picking up. Did the little girl have a temper too? Mei Xiaoan smiled faintly and stopped calling. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He held it in one hand and texted Gu Nianji with the other. Nianji, are you asleep? If you're not, can you come down and talk to me for a bit? Nianji, I miss you so much. We've only been apart for half an hour, but I'm already missing you. Nianji, are you angry? If you're angry, then I can't leave you alone. Nianji, we agreed that we can fight, but we can't take it to the next day. Today's matters will be resolved today. Nianji, come down. If you don't, I'll wait here all night. Gu Nianji had no choice but to read the text after text. She didn't dare turn off her phone because she was still waiting for Hu Xiao's call. She leaned against the bed and played with her phone. Looking at the text messages from Mei Xiaoan, she sighed softly and walked to the window. She saw the lanky Mei Xiaoan leaning against the front of the car, a red light flickering between his fingers. It was probably a cigarette. His action caught her eye. Gu Nianji stared at the cigarette between his fingers for a long time. She gripped her phone tightly in her hand. The other 3 people in the dorm saw her expression. They already knew that Mei Xiaoan hadn't left and was still standing guard downstairs. Green Tea Fong was in the middle of putting on a face mask. Seeing this, she coughed and said, I want to drink Starbucks. What about you guys? Me too. A cup of latte, no sugar. Little Temptress was browsing Weibo while chatting with her family. I want a cappuccino with sugar and milk. Lady Chow sat in front of the computer, preparing an internship case. Green Tea Fong called Gu Nianji and asked, Nianji, what do you want? Gu Nianji turned to look at her and shook her head. It's so late, and you're still drinking coffee. Not worried about insomnia. Are you still going to sleep? Miss, I'm an enlightened demon. What's a cup of latte? The enchantress flirtatiously snapped her fingers. Green Tea Fong picked up her phone and called the Starbucks on campus. Hello, I'd like 2 cappuccinos, a latte, a carton of fresh milk, and a carton of muffins. See University Starbucks coffee shop was very fast. Not long after, the OP's roar came from the dormitory's intercom, room 518. Starbucks. He's here. Green Tea Fong stood up to walk out, but Gu Nianji quickly stopped her. You're going out with a mask on your face. Sit down, I'll get it. Thank you, little four. Green Tea Fong giggled as she stuffed the money into Gu Nianji's hand. Gu Nianji walked out with her head down. Green Tea Fong ran to the balcony and soon saw Gu Nianji walk out of the dormitory building. She accepted a large box from the handsome Starbucks coffee delivery boy. Mei Xiaoan walked up to Gu Nianji with a cigarette in his hand. Green Tea Fong elegantly crossed her arms and nodded. Class rep should be paying for the coffee tonight. If it weren't for me, who knows how long these two would have gone on. She had to find a ladder to get them out of it. At the entrance of the dormitory building, the handsome Starbucks guy took the money and left. Mei Xiaoan grabbed Gu Nianji's arm and prevented her from leaving. Class rep, is there anything else? Gu Nianji asked dryly. I still have to bring it up. How can I let you go up alone when you're like this? Mei Xiaoan threw away the cigarette in his hand and took the big box from Gu Nianji's hand. His other hand was still holding her arm as he walked towards his car. Gu Nianji struggled but couldn't break free. Mei Xiaoan pulled her into the shadows beside his car. They were standing in a blind spot of the streetlights, so it was darker than anywhere else. Nianji, are you angry? Mei Xiaoan placed the big Starbucks box on the front of his car. He held Gu Nianji's hand with both hands and whispered to her, Ai Weinan was my classmate in middle school and high school. She's always been like this, careless like a guy. We're really brothers. You're not jealous of her, are you? Gu Nianji's face flushed, not from shyness, but from anger. She hadn't even fallen in love with him yet, how could she be jealous? Class rep, you really don't have to tell me what your classmate is to you. Gu Nianji turned away and stared at the bright, open space under the streetlights. Moths were circling in the light. How can I not tell you? I like you, and I'm pursuing you. Mei Xiaoan found Gu Nianji's awkward expression adorable. Her large, inky eyes were like those of a manga girl. Her slightly puckered lips were full and supple, as if inviting a kiss. Mei Xiaoan couldn't help licking his lips as he felt the hint of temptation. Gu Nianji's earlobes turned red. Luckily she was in the shadows and Mei Xiaoan couldn't see. She's been my classmate for so many years. If there was something between us, it would have happened a long time ago. Why would it wait until today? Mei Xiaoan explained patiently, I'm sincere towards you, and I know you're not a petty girl. Also, you're smarter and prettier than her. I'm not blind, why would I give you up for her? Even if you don't have confidence in yourself, you should have confidence in me. If I wasn't as smart or prettier than her, would you not like me? Gu Nianji quickly glanced at Mei Xiaoan, then quickly looked away. Nianji, you're a law student. Why would you lower yourself to the level of those ignorant women? The fact that I like you proves that you're better than other girls. Even if you don't believe in yourself, you have to believe in my judgment. As Mei Xiaoan spoke, he inched closer to Gu Nianji. His breath approached her step by step, and his hot breath almost touched her face. Gu Nianji pursed her lips, and with a twist of her wrist, she quickly escaped from Mei Xiaoan's grasp. Mei Xiaoan froze and looked at his own hands. He didn't understand how Gu Nianji's soft hands had suddenly slipped out of his grasp like a fish in water. Class rep, I'm going up first. Gu Nianji leaned over to pick up the large Starbucks box from the front of the car. She laughed softly, I'm not angry, don't think too much about it. She was just a bit embarrassed that Ai Weinan had suddenly stolen the spotlight in front of her roommates. There will be an update at 6 p.m. asking for recommendation votes. Countdown to release. On the morning of the 8th, after 10 a.m. this Friday morning. Please save the monthly votes for me. Chapter 46. You're really not angry anymore. Mei Xiaoan stared into her eyes, as if trying to figure out if she was speaking from the bottom of her heart, or if she was just playing hard to get. Gu Nianji's eyes were clear, and she ran her hand through her hair with a smile. Really, I won't be angry over irrelevant people. It's getting late, class rep should go back. Mei Xiaoan looked at his watch. I'll go then, I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. It's fine, class rep, I have to finish my graduation thesis tomorrow. Okay, you go up, I'll watch you go up before I leave. Mei Xiaoan lit another cigarette and smiled at Gu Nianji, thinking that this girl looked easygoing, but it was actually not easy to move her heart. Gu Nianji saw that she couldn't persuade him, so she didn't say anything else and turned to return to the dorm. She went upstairs and took out her roommate's coffee and muffins from the Starbucks box, and placed them on their desks. She walked to the balcony and looked down. Mei Xiaoan looked up and waved at her with narrowed eyes, before getting into the car and driving away. Her roommate saw that Gu Nianji's expression was relaxed and happy, and knew she wasn't fighting anymore. They didn't say anything, but deliberately said, "It's been a long day, we need to go to bed early." Gu Nianji went to shower, and when she came out, her roommates were all asleep. She looked at her phone. Hua Xiao still hadn't called. She took her laptop to her bed to work on her thesis, and waited until 2 in the morning, so tired she couldn't keep her eyes open. She finally closed her laptop and went to sleep. She still kept her phone by her side, and didn't even set it to vibrate. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. Little Temptress was doing yoga on the balcony, and heard Gu Nianji talking to Green Tea Fang. She turned to call her. "Little Four, class rep brought you breakfast." "I saw it, I think it's a breakfast set from Fortune House." Gu Nianji instinctively looked at her phone, still no calls, and no messages. It looked like Hua Xiao was really busy, or maybe he didn't want to bother with something so trivial. Although she called him Uncle Hua, they weren't actually related at all. He was a high and mighty major general, and she was an orphan. Gu Nianji shook her head, and quickly got out of bed, got dressed, and washed up, then carried her laptop bag downstairs. Mei Xiaoan walked over. "Have you had breakfast?" "Class rep knows I haven't eaten yet, that's why he's bringing it to me, right?" Gu Nianji gulped as she looked at the box in his hands. He was really hungry. She didn't eat much yesterday, but she was very excited and didn't feel hungry. When he woke up this morning, he realized that he was so hungry that he was seeing stars. Mei Xiaoan took her to the stone table and chairs by the school lake for breakfast. It was early March in Sea City, and the mornings were still a little cold. However, the hot bird's nest and Koix's rice porridge, the fresh soup dumplings, and the authentic spiced beef from Fortune House were so delicious that they couldn't stop eating. Unknowingly, she had actually finished the entire breakfast set. Mei Xiaoan only drank a carton of milk and smiled at her. "Looks like you really didn't eat enough yesterday. Don't you like the Italian food at the Red House restaurant?" Gu Nianji smiled. "It's not that I don't like Italian food. I just don't like onions." Mei Xiaoan thought for a moment. There seemed to be more onions in yesterday's dishes. He nodded. "I'll know in the future. I won't order dishes with onions for you." The two of them cleaned up and went their separate ways. Gu Nianji went to the library to write her thesis. Mei Xiaoan went to the faculty student council office to deal with some graduation handover matters. Gu Nianji sat in the library all morning and revised the outline of her thesis. Her neck was sore from sitting in front of the computer for so long. She rubbed the back of her neck. Someone sat across from her. Gu Nianji looked up to see it was Professor He Ji-chu. Professor He. Gu Nianji was surprised and happy. You came to our library to read. He Ji-chu nodded. He was wearing a navy blue wool casual suit with matching trousers. He sat across from Gu Nianji and was a head taller than her. Gu Nianji realized that He Ji-chu looked tall and handsome. He wasn't as strong as Hu Xiao, but his aura was similar to Hu Xiao's. Just like his amorous peach blossom eyes and cold and lonely expression, he was filled with a mysterious and contradictory charm. As Gu Nianji studied He Ji-chu, he was also studying her. She was relatively tall for women her age. She wasn't even 18 years old yet but was already nearly 1.7 meters tall. Her skin was so fair and translucent that it looked like it was covered by a layer of mist from afar. But up close, it was flawless. Her large, inky eyes were especially attractive. As for her figure, although she was wearing a loose pink and purple cashmere sweater, it was easy to see the curves of her body. She was much more prominent than the average woman. He Ji-chu looked Gu Nianji up and down without batting an eyelid, his eyes cold. He looked down and closed the book in front of him. He asked Gu Nianji, "What are you writing?" "My graduation thesis." Gu Nianji remembered that He Ji-chu would be her instructor next spring. She immediately became excited and excitedly discussed the outline of her thesis with him. He Ji-chu was indeed an expert in the legal world. He quickly pointed out some of the inadequacies in her outline and helped her think of a few excellent breakthroughs. Gu Nianji revised the outline again and exclaimed, "Listening to you is truly better than studying for 10 years. He Ji-chu stood up and put one hand in his trouser pocket. He took out his business card and handed it to Gu Nianji. "Work hard on your thesis. You can send it to my email when you're done. I'll help you edit it again." "Okay. Okay." Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She reached out and took the card from He Ji-chu. She saw his email address, phone number, office address, and the address of a law firm. Gu Nianji looked at it carefully and asked casually, "Professor He, do you work part-time at the sovereign descent law firm?" He Ji-chu's peach blossom eyes rippled. He seemed to be smiling, but the smile was too faint and fleeting. "I don't work part-time. This is my law firm." "Oh. You really are a role model for us law students." Gu Nianji exclaimed sincerely. When would she ever be able to become a partner or own her own law firm? He Ji-chu seemed to read her mind. He said dryly, "As long as you can prove your abilities, becoming a partner won't be difficult. Then I'll accept your kind words." Gu Nianji fawned over He Ji-chu with a flattering expression. He would be her instructor and boss for the next 3 years. She would only be able to live a comfortable life if she sucked up to him. As soon as He Ji-chu left, Gu Nianji's phone rang. She quickly took it and saw it was Mei Xian calling. She reached out and lightly swiped the screen. "Class rep, what's up?" "It's noon. I'll pick you up for lunch." Then he reminded her, "It's raining outside. I brought an umbrella for you. Wait for me at the door. Don't come out." Gu Nianji looked outside. It had indeed started raining. She was touched. She nodded softly and packed her things to go downstairs. At the library entrance, she saw Wen Shui eagerly holding an umbrella for Professor He Ji-chu. She bent over to open the back door for him to get in. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. Wen Shui wasn't a teaching assistant. She was clearly a nanny. He Ji-chu's black Mercedes splashed with rainwater as it drove into the rain. Several people holding umbrellas in front of the library quickly moved aside. Among them was Mei Xiaoan with a gray umbrella. "Looking for recommendation votes. Save the monthly ticket for me until the 8th. On the morning of the 8th, which is this Friday, it will be on the shelves after 10 a.m. The countdown to the shelves began. Chapter 47. Gu Nianji lifted her backpack over her head and ran towards Mei Xiaoan. A small umbrella covered the two of them as they stumbled towards the carport in front of the library. The umbrella tilted all the way, and by the time Mei Xiaoan put it away and got into the car, he was already half soaked. Xiaoan, do you have a change of clothes in the car? If you do, take off your trench coat and put it on. Gu Nianji reminded Mei Xiaoan. Humans weren't plants, how could they be emotionless? She felt Mei Xiaoan's kindness towards her, and unknowingly even changed the way she addressed him. Mei Xiaoan was ecstatic to hear Gu Nianji change the way she addressed him. He smiled, it's fine, this trench coat is waterproof. That's good, otherwise it would be my fault if you got wet and fell sick. I want to fall sick, will you come visit me then? Gu Nianji blushed and coughed, giving an irrelevant answer, it's raining, let's go to the cafeteria to eat. Okay. Mei Xiaoan turned the steering wheel onto the road to the C University cafeteria. He had originally planned on taking Gu Nianji out to eat, but although he had a car, the roads were more congested than usual in the rain, so it was better not to go out. They went to the cafeteria and saw many couples feeding each other and kissing from time to time. They didn't feel greasy at all. Gu Nianji used to ignore it, but now she felt disgusted. She averted her eyes and stared straight ahead as she followed Mei Xiaoan to find 2 seats by the window. Mei Xiaoan said, you sit here, I'll go get lunch. She had to admit, Mei Xiaoan was a very attentive and caring man. Gu Nianji had a great time eating with him, even more so than the 10,000 renminbi Italian food from last night. After lunch, Mei Xiaoan drove her to the library and sat by her side for the rest of the afternoon. The two of them researched and wrote their own theses, and would smile at each other when they were tired. They had unknowingly gotten closer to each other. Over the course of the week, Mei Xiaoan brought breakfast every morning and ate lunch and dinner with Gu Nianji. No matter how busy he was, he would call her 3 times a day at mealtime to tell her what he was doing, ask her if she was tired, and if she wanted to go out on the weekends. Gu Nianji had been thinking about Hu Xiao's call the entire time. She waited until Friday, but Hu Xiao still hadn't replied. She didn't want to keep pestering Chen Lai, and she was even more embarrassed to ask Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze. She put it off until Friday afternoon. After her last class, she apologized to Mei Xiaoan, who had been eagerly waiting for her. Xiaoan, I have to go back this weekend. I won't be able to keep you company. Aw. What is it? Do you want me to go with you? Mei Xiaoan had just gotten a little closer to Gu Nianji and was reluctant to part ways with her. Although he was about to graduate and his graduation thesis was almost done, he still had chores to deal with in the faculty and the school's student council. In order to squeeze out time to spend with Gu Nianji, he only slept 3 to 4 hours a day. It was finally the weekend, and they could be together all the time. He didn't expect Gu Nianji to go out again. Gu Nianji didn't know what to say. Chen Lai had told her to go back to the apartment. She had a weekly checkup. Although there was nothing wrong with her body, she wasn't a doctor. If Chen Lai thought it was necessary for her to undergo a weekly checkup, she had to obey. Gu Nianji smiled gently. It's about my guardian. I'll let you see him when you have time. Did this mean she was taking him to see her guardian? Mei Xiaoan was even happier. He nodded profusely. Great, call me if you need anything. He then asked, do you have enough money? What's your Alipay account? I'll transfer some money to you. I don't have an Alipay account. Gu Nianji stammered and lowered her head guiltily. It wasn't that she didn't have an Alipay account, but it was fully monitored by Zhao Liangze. He would know immediately no matter what happened. So Gu Nianji didn't want Mei Xiaoan to know. What if he found out and transferred some money to Hu Xiao? She didn't know what he would think. However, Mei Xiaoan felt even more pity for her when he heard this. She didn't even have an Alipay account. How was she a guardian? That was so embarrassing. Mei Xiaoan silently swiped on his phone for a long time before using his bank card to open a new Alipay account for her. He sent the account number and password to her phone and said, "I might not be in the city during the weekend, so you can use this account number. I won't panic if something happens." Gu Nianji was speechless. She returned to the dorm with her phone in hand. When she was about to pack up and return to her apartment in Fingya Precinct, Green Tea Fong could see that she was in a daze. She put her arm around her shoulder and asked, "What's wrong? Is something on your mind?" Gu Nianji glanced at Green Tea Fong. She knew that she was very knowledgeable about relationships. She took out her phone and showed it to her. "It's like this. Mei Xiaoan opened an Alipay account for me. I don't know what to do with it." Green Tea Fong leaned over to take a look and laughed. She patted her back. "Not bad. Our class rep is really like a domineering CEO. He throws an Alipay account at you at the drop of a hat. Little sis, keep it. Remember to buy something for your sisters as a souvenir." Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head. "I won't use it anyway. If you want to use it, just let Mei Xiaoan know. I don't have the right to use it." "Pfft, look at you." Green Tea Fong poked her on the forehead. She turned around and put on her backpack. "I'm going now. See you next week." Everyone else in the dorm left. Gu Nianji was the last to leave. She hailed a cab and drove around the city. It was almost dark when she returned to her duplex apartment on the 28th floor of Fingya Precinct's Block C. Chen Lai was already waiting in the apartment. He waved at her as soon as he saw her enter. "What took you so long? Come on, I'll test it for you." Gu Nianji was surprised. "Brother Chen, why are you here on a Friday? I thought it was going to be tomorrow." Chen Lai had spent the past week in a state of nervousness and excitement. He had used the data Hua Xiaoheng had given him to recreate the virus's manufacturing process. However, he couldn't guarantee that the effects were exactly the same. After all, he couldn't be like Oda Masao and use live women from the Empire as an experiment. When he compared the two sets of data, he discovered an interesting phenomenon. Gu Nianji's blood sample seemed to have an inhibitory effect on the virus. If his guess was correct, Gu Nianji had used her own immunity to defeat the virus. In other words, if she was fine for the next month, she would have already developed antibodies. This was a milestone in the field of synthetic viral weapons. It was natural for the human body to develop antibodies to natural viruses. However, synthetic viral weapons, especially ones like H3OB7 that were completely targeted at a specific type of human body, were basically impossible for the target human body to develop antibodies. If the target human body was able to develop antibodies, then it meant that the synthetic viral weapon had failed. Oda Masao's synthetic viral weapon had already reached the final stages of completion. In other words, it had already been proven that the human body could not produce antibodies on its own. But the antibodies produced in Gu Nianji's blood that could suppress the virus really did seem like antibodies. There will be an additional update at 6:00 p.m. Seeking recommendation votes. Countdown to release. Release after 10:00 a.m. tomorrow. Please save your monthly votes for me. It's such a waste not to release it at the beginning of the month. Chapter 48. Come here, my equipment is ready. I'll be staying here this weekend. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Stay here and let me examine you. Chen Lai pulled Gu Nianji into the study. His equipment was in Hua Xiaoheng's study. Gu Nianji stumbled and couldn't help laughing. Brother Chen, you have to at least let me put my things down and wash my face before you take the test, right? Also, I haven't had dinner. I'm hungry. What dinner? It's okay to go hungry, I'll just treat it as losing weight. Chenlai didn't listen to her at all. He took off her backpack and took her hand to sit on the examination chair. A series of equipment was quickly placed on Gu Nianji's head, arms, and heart. Gu Nianji knew of Chenlai's obsession with medicine, but never imagined that one day she would become his test subject. She had no choice but to lean back on the tall examination chair and close her eyes to allow Chenlai to examine her. After a series of equipment was set up, Chenlai began to draw her blood again. Gu Nianji opened her eyes and stared at her arms. She suddenly asked, "Brother Qin, why are there so many needle marks on my arms?" The needle marks weren't actually very obvious. After a week, some of them had long since disappeared. However, Gu Nianji's vision was surprisingly good. She could see even the smallest needle marks. She had been extremely busy this week at school. Even when she showered, she was in a hurry. She hadn't taken a good look at her body, so she only realized now. Chenlai's expression didn't change. "Yes, I drew your blood the week you fainted." Gu Nianji was speechless. She stared at Chenlai and closed her eyes to rest. But Chenlai's words kept echoing in her ears. She thought about how she had fainted for a week because of an aphrodisiac. If she was really fine, why would Chenlai draw so much blood for her? Also, why did she still have to be examined once a week when she was clearly fine? Was it really just an aphrodisiac? Gu Nianji was a very cautious person. These thoughts spun around in her mind and immediately pointed to a bigger problem. She opened her eyes and looked at Chenlai, who was busy with the equipment. She suddenly asked, "Am I poisoned?" Her question was very sudden. Under such circumstances, most people would definitely blurt out their true thoughts. However, Chenlai was no ordinary person. He was a military doctor of the Imperial Army with the rank of senior colonel. He was much more vigilant than the average person and had received a lot of specialized training. Therefore, Gu Nianji's plan did not succeed. Chenlai shook his head calmly. "Of course you weren't poisoned. You were just drugged with a strong aphrodisiac. Its effects are much stronger than normal aphrodisiacs. In order to concoct the antidote for you, I even took out my trump card." "Ah. Really?" Gu Nianji's eyes widened. Her eyes were large to begin with, and they were dark and bright. When she looked at people, there was a childlike innocence and trust in them. Chenlai buried his head in his hands and only looked at the data on his instrument. He didn't look at Gu Nianji's eyes. He was worried that he would accidentally reveal the truth when he looked into those eyes that could speak. The consequences were too severe. He didn't want to be beaten up and spend the rest of his life doing experiments in prison. "Of course it's true. That's why you have to repay me by letting me do follow-up observations and perfect the data system for my antidote." Chenlai pushed up his glasses, which were about to slide down the bridge of his nose, and resumed his serious demeanor. Gu Nianji finally believed Chenlai's words and breathed a sigh of relief. She lay back on the examination chair and said lazily, "You should have told me earlier. You knew I was a coward and you still tried to scare me. What do you think it is?" "I thought I was poisoned." "The poison is still lingering in my system," Gu Nianji mumbled with a smile. She leaned against the examination chair and slowly fell asleep. It's better that she's asleep. Chenlai even injected her with drugs to make her fall into a deep sleep so that he could continue to observe her body's various functions. For the past 2 days, Gu Nianji had been drifting in and out of sleep. Chenlai also called Yi Zidan over to help take care of Gu Nianji. Because Yi Zidan was a female doctor, it was more convenient for a female doctor to handle some things. Over the weekend, Mei Xiaowen called Gu Nianji countless times, but Gu Nianji didn't return a single call, not even a text. He was going crazy with anxiety. They even went to Fengya precinct, where Gu Nianji was helping people look at houses. But this time, he wasn't even able to enter the precinct. The last time he was able to enter, Chunlai had agreed to let him in. This time, Chunlai wanted to observe Gu Nianji's vital signs without interference. Of course, he didn't want him to come in and cause trouble. Gu Nianji was fully awake on Sunday night. She sat up in bed and looked at Yi Zidan packing her things. She asked in surprise, "When did Dr. Yi get here?" Yi Zidan turned around and smiled. "You're awake. Are you hungry?" Chunlai ordered takeout. "Want to eat together?" As soon as she heard there was food, Gu Nianji immediately threw off the blankets and climbed out of bed. Where? I'm so hungry I can eat a cow right now." "There's no cow, but there's braised pork. Do you want to eat it?" Chunlai poked his head in to take a look and expressed his approval of Gu Nianji's lively spirit. He smiled as he stroked the stubble that had just grown on his chin. "It's a nutritious meal from the base cafeteria. You can't eat it outside." Gu Nianji saw Chunlai and pounced on him to grab his arm. She cocked her head and smiled at him. "Brother Chin, the base cafeteria has braised pork. Don't try to fool me. My brain isn't broken." "Hee, you little brat, you're getting more and more mischievous." Chunlai took advantage of his seniority in front of Gu Nianji. "I still remember the first time I saw you. You were like a little animal, scratching everyone you saw. I still have your fingernail marks on the back of my hand." Gu Nianji covered her mouth and laughed. "Did I do it? I don't remember." As the two of them joked, Yi Zidan had already set the bowls, chopsticks, and food. She called them over to eat. Gu Nianji ate until she couldn't take it anymore. She put down her chopsticks. It was getting late, and Yi Zidan was going back to the base. Chunlai was worried about her going back alone, so he discussed with Gu Nianji. "Nianji, Dr. Yi and I are going back to the base. Is it okay for you to stay here alone?" He knew that Gu Nianji rarely stayed here alone. Most of the time, she stayed with Hu Xiaoheng. But it wasn't like no one stayed here. Chunlai had left early last week, and Gu Nianji stayed the night alone. She returned to school early the next morning. Gu Nianji wanted to learn to live independently as soon as possible. Therefore, she didn't ask Chunlai to stay. For one, it wasn't good for Yi Zidan to go back to the base alone. But more importantly, Gu Nianji knew that Chunlai secretly liked Yi Zidan. He just didn't have the courage to pursue her. Chunlai treated her so well, so of course she had to return the favor. Gu Nianji blinked at Chunlai. It's okay. Brother Chin, go with Dr. Yi. I still have things to do." Chunlai turned to Yi Zidan. "Dr. Yi, I still have some data to discuss with you. We can talk about it on the way." "Sure, no problem. I also have some questions to ask you." Yi Zidan nodded quickly and got up to get her laptop bag. "Looking for more recommendation votes. Enter V after 10 in the morning tomorrow. It will definitely be 3 in the morning tomorrow. After that, I'll look at my friends' monthly votes. 100 monthly votes plus 1 update. My stockpile is waiting for my friends to squeeze it dry. I'm actually very nervous. I don't know how many friends are subscribing and voting. If you like this book, please support the original subscription. Thank you." Chapter 49. Gu Nianji turned around and gave Chunlai a thumbs up while Yi Zidan wasn't looking. She mouthed, "Good luck." Chunlai winked at her, his round face a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and followed Yi Zidan out. The door closed with a bang, and the apartment suddenly became quiet. Gu Nianji stood alone in the empty living room for a while, then ran up and down the apartment to turn on all the lights. She didn't expect that when the lights were on, she would feel even more lonely. It was as if every light was showing how empty the spacious apartment was. At the same time, at the Sea City airport, Wen Shi sent an email before boarding the plane back to the imperial capital. Sorry, you messed with someone you shouldn't have. Our boss won't take your case. Wen Shi turned off her phone and walked to the special passage for the first-class cabin. After boarding the plane, Wen Shi entered the first-class cabin and saw He Jichu sitting in the spacious first-class seat. He tilted his head to look at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Professor He. Wen Shi sat down next to him and covered him with a blanket. He Jichu didn't say anything. He only tilted his body and quietly closed his eyes to rest. Chen Lai and Yi Zidan returned to the base and bumped into Hu Xiaoheng, who had just come out of the training ground. He saw Chen Lai and Yi Zidan and stopped by the roadside. Hu Xiao, did you run 10 kilometers cross-country again? Yi Zidan smiled and waved. Hu Xiaoheng wore a black t-shirt and army green camouflage pants tucked into his army boots. He had a cigarette in his hand, and his tall, broad frame stood under the streetlights. His imposing manner made people want to immediately stand at attention and report to their superiors. Chen Lai and Yi Zidan stood at attention in unison. Didn't you go to Nianji's place? How is she? Did she go back to school? Hu Xiaoheng raised his chin to signal for them to be at ease. Chen Lai shook his head. Nianji is in good health. There's nothing wrong with her for now. She hasn't returned to school yet. She said she'll go back tomorrow morning. He then added. She was like this last week. Hu Xiaoheng took a drag and waved at them. After Chen Lai and Yi Zidan left, Hu Xiaoheng stood under the tree alone, the cigarette flickering between his fingers. He finished the cigarette in silence before walking to his residence at the Special Operations Forces base. After showering, Gu Nianji sat alone on the bay window sill of her apartment. She hugged her little doll and quietly looked at the lights outside the window. His phone had just been charged. When he turned it on, he saw countless missed calls and messages. Most of them were from Mei Xiaoan. Gu Nianji, who was lonely, felt strange when she saw the missed calls and messages. This feeling of being missed by another person was very novel. She looked through the messages one by one. Nianji, where did you go? Nianji, call me back if it's convenient for you. Nianji, if you can't call me, just text me back. Send me an email. I've been waiting for your reply. Nianji, we've only been apart for 36 hours and 12 minutes, and I'm already visibly aging. For the first time, I understand what it means to not see each other for one day feels like 3 years. I'm having dinner with a big family at night. Although there are many people and it's bustling, I feel like I'm lost in a busy city. Those hustle and bustle don't belong to me. I just want to be with you until the end of time. Miss you, miss you, miss you. There was nothing else in the last message. It was all her name. Gu Nianji, Gu Nianji, Gu Nianji. She didn't know how many times he wrote it. Resting her chin on the head of the doll in her arms, Gu Nianji thought to herself that Mei Xiaoan, a rich second-generation heir, was also a hipster. Even his text messages were brilliant. Her fingers rubbed the phone for a long time before she finally made a call. Nianji. You're back. The phone only rang once before Mei Xiaoan picked up. It was obvious he'd been waiting for her call. Gu Nianji was a bit touched. She hummed quietly and said softly, "Someone from my family came to take me to the mountains as a guest. The signal there isn't good." Mei Xiaoan sighed deeply and said as he drove, "I'm on my way back to school now. Do you want me to pick you up and we can go back together?" There was an obvious smile in his voice. His gloomy mood over the weekend had been lifted by Gu Nianji's phone call. Mei Xiaoan's suggestion was too tempting. Gu Nianji found she couldn't refuse. She really didn't want to stay here alone for a night. In the past, Hu Xiaoheng had occasional weekends when he had urgent business matters and couldn't be with her. However, she didn't feel lonely at that time. She subconsciously believed that regardless of whether he was there or not, he would eventually come back. But in the past week, she had a feeling that Hu Xiaoheng was getting further and further away from her. Gu Nianji only hesitated for 10 seconds before saying decisively, "Then is it convenient for you to pick me up?" She didn't want to be alone here. It was better to go back to the noisy dormitory to get a good night's sleep. Mei Xiaowen was overjoyed. He quickly turned the steering wheel and drove towards the Fengya precinct where Gu Nianji lived. He said, "I'll be there in about 20 minutes, so it should be around 10. Gu Nianji jumped off the bay window and smiled. "I'll wait for you at the entrance." She went to the bathroom for a 10-minute shower and packed her things. She put on her backpack and carried a small suitcase out the door. Hu Xiaoheng finished his work in the study and looked at his watch. It was almost 10. He took out his phone and thought Gu Nianji was probably asleep. He didn't call her. Instead, he called the special ops personnel secretly protecting Gu Nianji. Since Gu Nianji had been in danger 2 weeks ago, Hu Xiaoheng had secretly increased her security level. Because Hu Xiaoheng was her guardian, the personnel secretly protecting Gu Nianji were from the special ops. The personnel received Hu Xiaoheng's call and whispered, "Miss Gu just came out of the precinct. She's standing at the entrance. She seems to be waiting for someone." "Who is she waiting for at this hour?" Hu Xiaoheng turned on his computer and hovered his mouse over a program. In the end, he moved it away and didn't click on the special program. The person on the other end was about to say he didn't know when he turned to see a Buick driving over. Mei Xiaowen, Gu Nianji's class monitor, got out of the car. The person quickly reported to Hu Xiaoheng, "She should be waiting for Miss Gu's class monitor, Mei Xiaowen." Hu Xiaoheng hung up and tossed his work phone on the desk. He walked to the balcony and lit a cigarette with one hand. He put on a special multifunction Bluetooth headset and finally dialed Gu Nianji's number through an external line. Gu Nianji sat in Mei Xiaowen's car and was chatting with him when she suddenly heard her phone ring. She looked down to see it was Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao probably wouldn't call at this hour. She thought it must be Zhao Liangze again. Gu Nianji lazily unlocked her phone and said hello. Her voice was slightly raspy because she hadn't slept in the middle of the night. It had a natural charm to it. First update, asking for monthly and recommendation votes. Flipping back, there was a second update. Starting tomorrow, 100 monthly votes will be added once. I will add as many monthly votes as you have. I won't go back on my word. Chapter 50. Mei Xiaowen was focused on driving and couldn't help but shiver when he heard Gu Nianji's lazy hello. Her voice was so sweet he felt like his ears were about to melt. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at the cigarette between his fingers. His voice was even deeper than usual and had an indescribable magnetism that could suck a person's heart in. He slowly called out her name. "Nianji." Gu Nianji sat up straight in surprise. "Uncle Hua." "Yeah." Hu Xiaoheng responded dryly. "Uncle Hua, you're not busy anymore." "I just finished." "When are you coming back, Uncle Hua?" Gu Nianji asked quietly, her expression soft and delicate. Only Hu Xiaoheng could make her completely let down her guard. If there was one person in this world that she could completely trust and rely on, it could only be Hu Xiaoheng. Mei Xiaowen couldn't help but look back at her. He never knew her voice could be so soft. Mei Xiaowen felt his body heat up. Gu Nianji's entire attention was focused on her phone. From the moment she received Hu Xiaoheng's call, the night was no longer lonely, and she was no longer alone. Of course, Gu Nianji also knew that this feeling had nothing to do with Hu Xiaoheng himself. She was just secretly using him as her spiritual sustenance. Just like religious people, Hu Xiaoheng was her religion. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know what to say. He wasn't good with words and wasn't very patient. He always acted more than he spoke. After a moment of silence, Gu Nianji's soft breathing came through the earpiece. He could almost hear her heartbeat. Gu Nianji was also very nervous. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly when Hu Xiaoheng didn't speak. However, the longer she held her breath, the faster her heart beat. If Chen Lai were to take her vital signs right now, he would tell her that she was suffering from a high level of hypoxia and the body's self-defense mechanism had activated automatically. Mei Xiaowen was driving and didn't hear Gu Nianji speak for a long time. He thought she had finished her call and asked casually, "Is that your guardian?" Hu Xiaoheng heard Mei Xiaowen's voice over the phone and opened the study door to walk downstairs. He asked casually, "Where are you? Who's talking?" Gu Nianji slowly exhaled and relaxed her stiff body. She leaned back in the car seat and watched the flashing lights outside the window. She chuckled. "It's my classmate. He's the class rep at the university. I'm in his car. He's taking me back to school." With the chatterbox open, the rest was much easier. Hu Xiaoheng grunted and continued to ask, "What did you do this week?" Gu Nianji didn't want to put down the phone in the first place, so she immediately told Hu Xiaoheng everything that had happened at school, in the dormitory, and even about her interview. She told him everything in detail. She had always been articulate, or she would not have thought of studying law. As usual, Hu Xiaoheng grunted occasionally to indicate that he was listening. Gu Nianji spoke like this the entire way, and when she looked up, she was already downstairs. Time passed so quickly, Gu Nianji thought happily as she got out of the car with her backpack and suitcase. Mei Xiaowen offered to help her carry it up, but she firmly refused. Hu Xiaoheng was still on the phone, and Gu Nianji didn't have time to say anything more to Mei Xiaowen. She turned to enter the dormitory building. Gu Nianji got up to walk upstairs when she heard Hu Xiaoheng say over the phone, "Nianji, Chen Lai told me about you looking for a boyfriend." Gu Nianji's face turned as red as a honey apple. She was about to explain that she wasn't looking for a boyfriend, but that someone was pursuing her. Hu Xiaoheng said, "I don't mind." Gu Nianji was silent for a long time before smiling. "Okay." She then hung up. She stopped and looked up to see that she was standing at the dormitory door. So Hu Xiaoheng had actually called her the entire way. She barely spoke to Mei Xiaowen in the car, and really treated him like a chauffeur. How rude. She needed to thank him properly tomorrow. Gu Nianji pushed the door, but it didn't open. It was still locked, so the other three hadn't returned yet. Gu Nianji had no choice but to take out her keys to open the door. She turned on the lights and saw the empty room. There were 2 bunk beds, 4 desks, and 4 wardrobes. Her lips curved into a smile. The call she had been looking forward to for so many days had finally come. To her, it was like the other shoe had finally fallen on the ground. From now on, she had to get used to living alone. Gu Nianji put down her backpack and suitcase and began to organize her things. She had already showered when she returned. She only went to the bathroom to wash her face again and put on a face mask before turning on her laptop to continue writing her thesis. The Special Operations Forces personnel who were secretly protecting Gu Nianji drove her the entire way, and occasionally contacted the base's communication system. Before Zhao Liangze went to bed, he opened his computer's tracking and monitoring system to see that Hu Xiaoheng had been talking to Gu Nianji the entire time. He lightly clicked the mouse, and a map of Sea City quickly appeared on the computer screen. The little red dot representing Gu Nianji's position kept moving, and was almost at the entrance of Sea University. This meant that Gu Nianji was talking to Hu Xiaoheng on the phone. What the hell? Zhao Liangze smacked the mouse and muttered to himself, how could this be? Did something happen to Nianji? No one knew better than Zhao Liangze how busy someone in a high position like Hu Xiaoheng was. However, the busy Major General Hua had taken the precious time of a Sunday night to call Gu Nianji. It had been almost half an hour. Zhao Liangze couldn't help but calling Shi Xiang on the internal line. Big Xiong, what's up with Ninji? Yin Shixiang was already asleep, and groggily awoken by Zhao Liangze. He closed his eyes and said, nothing. Nothing's happened to Ninji recently. If something had happened, how could he not know? He was actually in charge of Gu Ninji's affairs. Zhao Liangze scratched his head and looked at the little red dot on the computer screen. It had already reached the entrance of C University. The line on Hu Xiaoheng's end was still busy. Why does Hu Xiao keep calling Ninji? It's so late, Ninji should be on the bus back to campus. Zhao Liangze stroked his chin and asked thoughtfully. Yin Shixiang had taken care of Gu Ninji for so many years, so he knew better than Zhao Liangze how much Hu Xiaoheng valued Gu Ninji. He yawned and said nonchalantly, you still don't get it. Hu Xiao is worried about Ninji going back to campus alone in the middle of the night, so he keeps calling to keep her company. If anything happens, Hu Xiao can immediately dispatch people without waiting for anyone to report. Zhao Liangze was speechless. A thought flashed through his mind for a while, but he suppressed it and smiled. That's good. I was worried something would happen. You go to sleep, I'll sleep too. There were people on duty at the base anyway. He could sleep without worry for 24 hours. Late at night, the base of the Special Operations Forces in C City was quiet and peaceful. Hu Xiaoheng stood under the night sky and looked up at the sky full of stars. He was finally relieved. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked unhurriedly back to the small building he lived in. Second update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Flipping back, there was still the third update. Starting tomorrow, 100 monthly votes will be added once. I will add as many monthly votes as you have. I will never go back on my word. Chapter 51. The days after that were uneventful. 3 weekends passed quickly and it was the end of April. Gu Ninji returned to her apartment in the Fengya precinct every weekend to have Qinlai examine her and draw her blood. Mei Xiaoan picked her up from school every Sunday night. However, Hu Xiaoheng never called again. Qinlai had gained the most in the past month. After 4 tests, he discovered that Gu Ninji had not been affected in the slightest. Oda Masao's data had recorded negative effects on other women from the Empire, but Gu Ninji had not been affected at all. She had miraculously recovered, and Qinlai was now convinced that Gu Ninji's body had developed antibodies that could fight against the virus. That's it. I've already extracted the antibodies. Qinlai showed off his latest research results to Hu Xiaoheng. The antibodies were serum, so if someone was infected with the virus again, they could directly inject it into the bloodstream to detoxify the virus. It was convenient and quick. Then they would have to create a vaccine so that everyone would not be affected by the virus. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and looked at the test tube in Qinlai's hand. You only need to extract the antibodies. You don't need to report this. He didn't want Gu Ninji to receive too much attention from the Empire's military. Having been her guardian for 6 years, Hu Xiaoheng didn't think Gu Ninji was any different from anyone else. He wanted Gu Ninji to live a normal life, and didn't want her to become Qinlai's lab rat. Qinlai understood and rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? Am I that bad of a person? I'm not Frankenstein. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him, his expression solemn. Remember, you signed the military order. I know. Qinlai put the test tube back into the medical fridge. Okay, this matter has been resolved. Ninji doesn't have to come here to be my lab rat anymore. The end of April was the best time of the year in C City. It was also the best time for C University's seniors. At this time, postgraduate entrance exams and job searches were almost over, and graduation theses were almost complete. All that was left was polishing and further research to prepare for the oral defense. Gu Ninji and Mei Xiaoan had been a couple for the past month, going to class together, studying together, writing papers in the library, and having breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. Their classmates thought they were like Siamese twins. Class rep, marry our Nianji after you graduate. Little Temptress bumped into Gu Nianji and Mei Xiaoan in the cafeteria. She smiled as she tapped her bowl with a spoon. I'm afraid the entire C University class won't be able to stand watching you two flaunt your love everywhere. Mei Xiaoan looked at Gu Nianji and smiled faintly. If she agrees, I can start the paperwork right away. Gu Nianji smiled and changed the topic. Little Temptress, aren't you going to buy food from the window? I heard there's your favorite bitter melon scrambled eggs today. If you're late, you won't have it. The Little Temptress had a unique taste. This kind of dish was indeed her favorite. She screamed and ran to the nearest window. Mei Xiaoan saw Gu Nianji blush at Little Temptress's joke and thought she was particularly conservative and cute. Perhaps his classmates at school wouldn't believe him, but he had only held hands with Gu Nianji in the past month. He hadn't even kissed her face. When other students confirmed their relationship, they all used the bed as the standard. So was he and Gu Nianji a boyfriend and girlfriend, or was it more of a friendship and less of a love affair? Mei Xiaoan wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and led Gu Nianji to a table by the window on the second floor of the cafeteria. He hung his bag on the back of a chair and placed his phone on the table. You sit here. I'll go buy food. Gu Nianji nodded. Her phone just happened to ring. She saw it was Hua Xiaoheng's number and immediately answered. Uncle Hua. Gu Nianji called out happily. Her delicate little face lit up instantly. It was as if there was light shining from inside out. No matter how much she prepared herself, she couldn't resist Hua Xiaoheng's phone call. How could a believer resist their own beliefs? Mei Xiaoan was stunned by Gu Nianji's sudden bloom. He turned his head slightly and averted his gaze. He quickly walked to the window to get food. He didn't see Gu Nianji's expression instantly change when she heard the voice of Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretary, Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi gripped Hua Xiaoheng's phone and smiled wryly. He braced himself and said, Nianji, it's Brother Zhe. Hua Xiao has been very busy lately. He'll be going on a business trip soon. He can't call you right now. Oh, I understand. Gu Nianji replied quietly. She had already suppressed the disappointment in her heart. Zhao Liangzi stood on the balcony of the penthouse apartment in Fengya precinct. Several orderlies were packing Hua Xiaoheng's things. Nianji, Hua Xiao also said that you're all grown up now. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to ask for his opinion. Zhao Liangzi supervised the orderlies as he left the balcony and walked to the gym on the second floor. Hua Xiaoheng was there inspecting the gym equipment. Zhao Liangzi's words sounded like parting words. Gu Nianji's heart was walking on a tightrope. The wind blew and her feet swayed. She couldn't feel anything. The sun was shining brightly at noon. The cafeteria was bustling with noise, but she felt like she was in a deserted wilderness. Gu Nianji bit her lip hard to suppress her extreme panic. It was like she was in a burning car again. No matter how much she cried or screamed, no one responded. The fire cut off her way of coming and going. Time passed by quickly. Everyone in her life was a passerby, and she was the only one left. Even Hua Xiaoheng was about to let go and leave her. Nianji. Nianji. Are you still listening? Zhao Liangzi didn't get a response from Gu Nianji for a long time. He felt something was off. He covered the phone and whispered to Hua Xiaoheng, who was working on a screw, Hua Xiao, Nianji doesn't seem very happy. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him. His hands worked methodically. Zhao Liangzi grinned and walked out of the gym with his phone. Gu Nianji finally snapped out of her daze. She put on a smile that resembled a mask. I'm here. I heard you. I got it. Zhao Liangzi sighed. His voice became lighter. That's good. Alright, call Big Xiong if you need anything. Hu Xiao and I are going on a business trip. We won't see each other for a while. Take care. Gu Nianji panicked. Brother Zhe, don't hang up. When are you guys coming back? Can I see Uncle Hua before I leave? Her voice was so loud that it came from the phone. Zhao Liangzi almost agreed. He looked up to see that Hu Xiaoheng had already come out of the gym. His dark eyes were bottomless. He shook his head at him. Zhao Liangzi had no choice but to say, there's no time. You know. Alright, that's enough. We're going. See you later. Zhao Liangzi hung up. He was sweating profusely. He was unhappy with Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, that's too heartless. We watched Nianji grow up. How could you do that? Third update. Asking for monthly and recommendation votes. Today is the first day I joined V, asking for monthly votes. Starting tomorrow, 100 monthly votes will be added once in addition to the normal updates. I will add as many monthly votes as you have. I won't go back on my word. Note, monthly votes cast today will also be added. Don't worry about voting. Chapter 52. Monthly votes in chapters. I'm waiting for my friends to squeeze out all my chapters. Please vote for monthly votes Acts 2. Please vote for monthly votes Acts 2. Please vote for monthly votes Acts 2. I'm so nervous. Do you like this book? Use your monthly votes to answer. Chapter 53. She's grown up and has to learn to be independent. She can't rely on others anymore. Hu Xiaoheng usually didn't explain himself, but he made an exception this time. He turned a corner and walked towards Gu Nianji's bedroom. Zhao Liangzi followed behind and continued to express his dissatisfaction. You're right. But can you not be so simple and crude? She's not like me and Big Xiong who can be beaten up and shameless. She's also not a special forces soldier. She'll cry if you don't want to see her like that, okay? I have plans. You don't have to worry. Hu Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. He stopped in front of Gu Nianji's bedroom and turned to glance at Zhao Liangzi. Although he was expressionless, his eyes were like the latest laser weapons developed by the Imperial Army. One look and countless people would die. Zhao Liangzi shrank back in fear and muttered unwillingly, but Nianji is very timid. She was so scared that she lost her memory. Aren't you afraid she'll be scared again and forget about you? Hu Xiaoheng didn't answer this hypothetical question at all. His eyes swept across Gu Nianji's bedroom. The little girl's bedroom was very clean and tidy. A large, comfortable bed was covered with 1,800 cream-colored, bamboo-patterned Egyptian cotton sheets. There were a few dolls at the head of the bed. They were dressed in a misty pink and purple princess dress, with thick bangs, long and narrow eyes, silver plate-like faces, and plump figures. They looked like little girls who had walked out of ancient paintings. They were not the common Western dolls, but the dolls with the ancient characteristics of the empire. Reading books, an expert would know that these dolls weren't available on the market. They were custom-made. Hu Xiaoheng's mind flashed to the 12-year-old Gu Nianji hugging these dolls tightly. He was as busy with work then as he was now and couldn't be with her every day. She would break down as soon as she couldn't see him. Later, Chenlai suggested that according to child psychology, giving her something she was familiar with should ease her nervousness. These dolls were the ones Gu Nianji had hugged in the photo. They should be things she was familiar with. So they made her a batch of dolls based on the ones in the photo. Have you seen this room? Hu Xiaoheng glanced at the dolls and turned to look at Zhao Liangzi. Take everything that belongs to me. This is Nianji's bedroom. How could your things be here? Zhao Liangzi resisted the urge to roll his eyes at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and stood tall and straight. He said expressionlessly, "This is a military order." Zhao Liangzi was tongue-tied and had no choice but to answer loudly, "Yes, Chief. Military orders must be obeyed." How could he dare to argue? But this was Gu Nianji's bedroom. Was it okay to let the orderlies search it? Zhao Liangzi was hesitating when he heard Hu Xiaoheng say slowly, "We can't leave any traces." Zhao Liangzi sighed. He'd better do it himself. Since he had to search the house without letting anyone discover any traces of the search, he could only rely on this unfortunate personal secretary who was exceptionally meticulous and capable. "Want to read?" Zhao Liangzi coughed and walked in with his head held high. There were actually very few things in Gu Nianji's bedroom and it was very organized. Zhao Liangzi carefully looked around the room. He even looked in the small cupboard in the bathroom where she kept her things. He didn't see anything that belonged to Hu Xiaoheng. Pfft! What an idiot! Why would there be a man's things in a little girl's bedroom? Zhao Liangzi kept cursing Hu Xiaoheng in his mind as he walked out of the bathroom. He looked up to see Hu Xiaoheng sitting on Gu Nianji's bed. He quickly put his feet together and said loudly, "Chief. There's nothing for you in this room. You looked everywhere." Hu Xiaoheng looked up at Zhao Liangzi. "Everywhere? You didn't miss a single inch." Zhao Liangzi scratched his head. Had he missed something? Usually, when Hu Xiaoheng asked questions like this, it was when he caught them making a mistake. Zhao Liangzi pursed his lips and didn't dare to speak. Hu Xiaoheng looked at him and reached under Gu Nianji's pillow to pull out a black t-shirt. He waved it at Zhao Liangzi. "What is this?" Zhao Liangzi's eyes bulged. What was going on? Why was there a men's t-shirt under Gu Nianji's pillow? Hu Xiaoheng didn't understand why his t-shirt was there either. Of course, he also didn't understand why he had lifted Gu Nianji's pillow. "Take it." Hu Xiaoheng threw the large black t-shirt at Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi wanted to be brave and argue, "How did you know this was your t-shirt? Are you the only person in the world who wears a black t-shirt like this?" But when he looked closely at the logo on the t-shirt, Zhao Liangzi could only shut up. The black t-shirt really was Hu Xiaoheng's. This was a uniform issued by the military. With Hu Xiaoheng's rank, all of his items had special numbers. Zhao Liangzi rubbed his nose and had no choice but to search Gu Nianji's closet again. Hu Xiaoheng got up and went back to his study. He opened the safe and put something in it. Zhao Liangzi looked carefully a few times to make sure there were no more of Hu Xiaoheng's things. He then secretly called Gu Nianji. "Nianji, why is Hu Xiaoheng's t-shirt under your pillow?" Gu Nianji was waiting to eat in the cafeteria. "Oh. That's my pajamas. Where else would I put it?" "You used Hu Xiaoheng's t-shirt to make pajamas." Zhao Liangzi was even more shocked. "No way. Hu Xiaoheng didn't even prepare pajamas for you." Gu Nianji blushed. "Brother Zai, don't make a fuss. It's not what you think." "What am I thinking?" Zhao Liangzi shoved the t-shirt into the suitcase. "I'm going to ask Big Xiong how he takes care of you. Hu Xiaoheng is busy, but he's not." Gu Nianji quickly covered her phone and turned to the window. She lowered her voice and said, "Brother Zai, you misunderstood. I like to use men's t-shirts as pajamas. They're cotton, breathable, and comfortable. I've been wearing them since I was 12. I'm used to it." Gu Nianji's words were half-truths. The truth was that no one had prepared pajamas for her when she first moved in with Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng was a man, and he wasn't as attentive and thoughtful as a woman. To save trouble, he simply tossed her a brand new black t-shirt from the Special Operations Forces as pajamas. She wasn't used to it at first, but she liked it after wearing it for a while. Other than the one under the pillow in the apartment, she also secretly hid 3 or 4 brand new black t-shirts that the military later distributed to Hua Xiaoheng to change into. Hua Xiaoheng probably didn't remember these things anymore. In the past 2 years, Gu Nianji had never appeared in front of Hua Xiaoheng in her pajamas. Hua Xiaoheng also never went to her bedroom. Zhao Liangzi said, "Oh." He was confused. Is it really that comfortable? Why don't I feel like? Gu Nianji laughed. Why don't you try it and you'll know? She suddenly realized something. Huh? How did you know I had pajamas under my pillow? Zhao Liangzi chuckled and quickly closed the box in his hands. He said to Gu Nianji, I still have something to do. Talk to you later. He hung up. First update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Scrolling back, there were monthly votes of 100 plus updates for the second update, and at 1 p.m., there were monthly votes of 200 plus updates for the third update. There was a normal update at 6 p.m., which was the fourth update of the day. I said, if you guys are awesome with your monthly votes, I can update too. Thank you Light Smile Veil, O Circle Fish 0, Bookworm 168, and Yunhua Yuaqing for your gifts yesterday. I will add updates for you guys. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 54. Gu Nianji stared at her phone for a while and was wondering what Zhao Liangzi was doing at her apartment when she heard his phone chime. A text message came in. Gu Nianji instinctively glanced at it and saw the contents of the message. It was from Avinan. Weinan, it's that time of the month again. I missed the ginger tea you made yourself. Gu Nianji's heart was in turmoil. She pouted and pushed his phone further away from her. Not long after, Mei Xiaoan walked over with a large tray. He placed it in front of Gu Nianji and took out 2 portions of food. Gu Nianji silently picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks to eat. Mei Xiaoan sat beside her and snickered at her profile as he ate. Gu Nianji was embarrassed and knocked on his bowl with her chopsticks. Eat your food. What are you looking at? Mei Xiaoan's eyes sparkled behind his gold-rimmed glasses. He smiled and said, of course I'm looking at you. Pfft, I'm not a noob. Why are you looking at me during lunch? Gu Nianji picked up her iced milk and took a sip. You're a feast for the eyes. Mei Xiaoan reached out with his free hand to hold Gu Nianji's. Gu Nianji quickly struggled free. Don't, I still have to eat. As they spoke, Mei Xiaoan's phone rang again. The first thing he saw was AI Weinan's message, which he had missed earlier. The phone kept ringing, but Mei Xiaoan didn't pick it up. Instead, he stared at AI Weinan's text, lost in thought. He couldn't help but think of the distant past. His gaze lingered on the words, ginger sugar black tea. Gu Nianji noticed that Mei Xiaoan wasn't picking up the phone. She asked curiously, what's wrong? Who called? If you don't want to answer it, then hang up. The ringtone is so noisy. Oh, it's the student council. Mei Xiaoan snapped back to reality and answered the call. He said a few perfunctory words to the person on the phone and hung up. Then, he opened his phone and scrolled through Weibo. Gu Nianji finished eating and saw that there was still more than half of his food left. She asked, what's wrong? Can't eat? Or is it the student council? The student council is busy, I'll send you back first. Mei Xiaoan stood up, too lazy to eat anymore, so he threw the rest of the food away. When the two of them got up and left the cafeteria, a woman wearing Chanel's newest summer dress walked in. The woman was none other than Feng Yishi's older sister, Feng Yichen. She watched as Gu Nianji smiled as she walked past her. The tall, thin, elegant man next to her had his arm around her shoulders. She recognized this man as well. He was Mei Xiaoan, the class monitor of her sister Feng Yishi's class. He was the only son of the Mei family in Sea City, a wealthy family that the Feng family used to curry favor with. The two men walked past her as if there was no one else around, and did not recognize her at all. Feng Yichen turned around and watched as Mei Xiaoan opened the door to a Buick and let Gu Nianji in. Yichen, what are you looking at? Feng Yichen's roommate glanced over and saw them as well. That's the golden couple from Class 1, Year 4 of our faculty. They're together. Feng Yichen looked away and walked with her roommates to the second floor of the cafeteria. They've been together for a long time, more than a month, right? You've been there, too. Senior year is when many student couples break up, but it's also when many couples form a rapid-fire relationship. Feng Yichen and her roommates were third-year master's students at Sea University's Faculty of Law. They were also graduating this year. Feng Yichen did not think much of her roommates' praise for Mei Xiaoan and Gu Nianji. Golden couple. She smiled strangely. Lustful couple. What did you say? Feng Yichen's roommate was too focused on the menu to hear what Feng Yichen had said. Nothing, I was complimenting them. Feng Yichen smiled. Let's go eat over there. Her roommate did not want to end the conversation. After finding a seat, she said excitedly. Right, I heard that the famous professor He Zhichu at B University recruited Gu Nianji as a master's student. It's such a pity for your sister. If it weren't for the accident, the spot would have been yours. What did you say? Feng Yichen looked up abruptly. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed. Her face was clouded. Didn't Gu Nianji miss the interview? He Zhichu was famous for hating people who were late. How was that possible? She did miss it, but I heard that she was seriously ill and had a medical note. That's why Professor He gave her a second interview. Is this information accurate? Feng Yichen's voice was very low, almost eerie. Her roommate looked at her in surprise. Of course. You haven't been to the faculty building recently, have you? They've already posted the admission list. Feng Yichen had completely lost her appetite. She dipped her rice into her bowl and stood up. I have something to do. I'll be going. She left the cafeteria without looking back. Pfft, what's wrong with her? She still thinks she's a spoiled brat. Feng Yichen's roommate muttered unhappily behind her. It was the weekend again. Gu Nianji had not planned on returning to her apartment in Fengya precinct this weekend. Chen Lai had told her that she had recovered and no more checkups were needed. Hu Xiaoheng had also reportedly left Sea City. What was the point of returning to her empty apartment alone? But ever since Xiao Liang's call about her pajamas on Thursday, she had been restless. She kept wondering how he had found her pajamas. Also, ever since lunch on Thursday, Mei Xiaoan seemed to be busy with the student council. He had less time to spend with her, so she took the time to go back. Gu Nianji noticed the change immediately as she hurried back to her apartment. Rushing into Hu Xiaoheng's room, she discovered that it looked like it had been burglarized. All of Hu Xiaoheng's personal belongings were gone. The bathroom was clean and tidy, like a showroom for sale. There were no signs of anyone having lived there. She went upstairs to the study, gym, and gun room. Everything that belonged to Hu Xiaoheng was gone. All of her belongings were there, except for the pajamas under her pillow. But that was actually Hu Xiaoheng's too. If there really was a thief, then the thief must have been very cunning. She knew that it couldn't have been the work of a thief. When she recalled Zhao Liang's call that day, she understood everything. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and slowly sat down by the door of the gun room. She buried her head between her knees. The door was soundproof and covered with a thick layer of black cowhide. There were dozens of black copper nails nailed to the door. It looked extraordinary. Leaning against the tall, dark, soundproof door, Gu Nianji appeared even weaker. She hugged her knees and sat there for the entire night. Her mind was blank, and her heart felt like it had been hollowed out. This time, she truly believed that Hu Xiaoheng wanted to cut all ties with her. Forget it, she would be 18 in the next half of the year. Hu Xiaoheng's duty as her guardian would end then. That day would come sooner or later. But why couldn't he just explain things to her? What did he mean by quietly taking things away when she wasn't around? Uncle Hu wasn't like that, was he? What was going on? When dawn broke, Gu Nianji pursed her lips and slowly looked up. She watched the lights in the room brighten, and everything in front of her gradually became clear. It was a new day. Her legs were stiff and numb. She rubbed her legs with her hands and wanted to stand up. Just then, she heard her phone ring again. Second monthly pass of 100 plus updates delivered. Asking for monthly and recommendation votes. Monthly pass of 200 plus updates delivered at 1 p.m. Fourth at 6 p.m. was normal. Chapter 55. She swiped open her phone to see it was Mei Xiaowen calling. Realizing someone was thinking about her when she was lonely was like finding charcoal on a snowy winter night, or a thirsty traveler seeing a spring in the desert. No one could refuse such kindness. Gu Nianji quietly said hello. Mei Xiaowen smiled at the other end. Nianji, you're home. Did something happen at home? Gu Nianji shook her head. Nothing, I want to go back to school. Then I'll pick you up. Mei Xiaowen woke up early to go for his morning exercise. After breakfast, he remembered he hadn't eaten with Gu Nianji for a few days and quickly called her. Gu Nianji supported herself against the soundproof door of the gun room and slowly stood up, her voice trembling. I just woke up, I'll call you after breakfast. Mei Xiaowen agreed with a smile and hung up. Putting away the phone, Gu Nianji hesitated. Since Hu Xiaoheng had already moved his things, should she leave? After all, this was an apartment under Hu Xiaoheng's name, and the owner had already moved out. It wouldn't be good for her to stay here, right? Also, she was about to graduate from university and start grad school next year. It wasn't too late to find a summer job now. With an income, she could rent her own place and not have to worry about someone randomly barging in and taking everything away. Gu Nianji called Yin Shixiang in a fit of pique. Brother Xiong. Gu Nianji said matter-of-factly, did I wake you? Yin Shixiang was in a meeting with Hu Xiaoheng, Zhao Liangzi, and other core members of the Special Operations Forces. Seeing it was Gu Nianji's call, he quickly took it and got up to leave the meeting room. It's fine, I'm already up. Yin Shixiang chuckled and mouthed Gu Nianji to Hu Xiaoheng to let him know it was Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng didn't move and motioned for Zhao Liangzi to continue. The early preparations for the 6th military region are almost complete. The money and people are in place. Hu Xiao, now we should confirm all the personnel and report it to the higher-ups. Zhao Liangzi took out a report from the printer and distributed it to everyone in the room. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth and said to Yin Shixiang over the phone, Brother Xiong, I'm at the Fingya precinct department. All of Uncle Hu's things are gone. Did a thief break in? Should I call the police? No. Don't call the police. Yin Shixiang was sweating profusely. There's no burglar. Who would dare to steal your apartment? My apartment. This isn't my apartment, I'm just staying here. Gu Nianji replied calmly, then why is Uncle Hu's stuff gone? Well, it's like this. Yin Shixiang had always been eloquent, but at this moment, he was at a loss for words. He stammered for a long time before saying, aren't you going to the imperial capital for your postgraduate studies? We'll. Brother Xiong, don't make up excuses. You know that I'm only going to the imperial capital for my postgraduate studies next spring. Forget it, As long as I know it's not a thief, I can rest assured. You know that Uncle Hua's things are confidential. It would be bad if he lost them. I know how busy Uncle Hua is, so I don't want to trouble him. Tell him I'm moving out today. In some ways, Gu Nianji was even more eloquent than Yin Shixiang. Don't move. Yin Shixiang's glib tongue was useless now. He quickly covered the phone and poked his head into the conference room. Hua Xiao, please come out, it's urgent. When Hua Xiaoheng didn't move, he added, it's about Miss Gu. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at him, his gaze sharp and steady, this is your mission. But she said she's moving out. Yin Shixiang had no choice but to say it out loud. Before Hua Xiaoheng could speak, Zhao Liangzi snorted and slammed the mouse on the table. What did I tell you? We special operations forces can't be simple and crude when working with the public. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and stood up from his seat. The thick, dark leather belt around his waist tightened around his lean waist. He stuck one hand in his trouser pocket and held a cigarette in the other as he strode out, his army boots clacking loudly on the floor. Yin Shixiang quickly repeated Gu Nianji's words, then quietly complained, I didn't even know how to explain it to her, she thought there was a burglar in the house and wanted to call the police. See, I told you we can't move your things out, right? That's too much. The little girl can't take it anymore and is now clamoring to move out. Move what? Hua Xiaoheng flicked the ash off his cigarette, tell her that the apartment is now under her name, it's her house. The property ownership certificate is in the safe in the study, she knows the password. Yin Shixiang's eyes bulged, and he stuttered, DDD the house is transferred to Nianji. Oh my god, the penthouse duplex in the best area of Fengya precinct has a living space of 160 square meters, and the market price is at least 5 million, and it's given to Gu Nianji just like that? Hua Xiaoheng grunted, also, the villa in Axayan precinct will be her dowry in the future, don't tell her yet. Okay, you talk to her, I'll continue the meeting. He turned and walked back in. His back was tall and straight, and Yin Shixiang couldn't help but admire him. The door to the conference room slammed shut in front of Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang stared at the door and almost knelt down. This was the best guardian in the empire, a role model for them. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to throw a penthouse duplex at her without a word. Yin Shixiang snapped out of his daze and picked up his phone, smiling dreamily at Gu Nianji. Nianji, don't be angry, don't be angry, Hua Xiao was on official business. Also, the apartment is now under your name, it's not appropriate for him to live there, so he moved his things. If you don't like living there alone, you can live at our base. You have a room here too, did you forget? Why would you move out? Gu Nianji hadn't expected this at all, and was stunned on the other end of the phone, her reaction exactly like Yin Shixiang's. She also stuttered, what? This apartment is already under my name. But this is Uncle Hua's house. I can't take it. I know, Hua Xiao said. Yin Shixiang almost slipped up, and quickly corrected himself. Hua Xiao completed the paperwork before he left for the business trip. Look in the safe in the study, the property ownership certificate should be in there. You know the password to the safe, right? Gu Nianji gripped the phone tightly, her voice trembling as she stuttered. I thought Uncle Hua didn't care about me anymore, how could he not care about you? Yin Shixiang was shocked. Did you forget that you also have a room in Hua Xiao's small building? Also, if he really didn't care about you, why would he do all this for you? TSK, even the dowry was ready, too bad he couldn't say it yet. Yin Shixiang couldn't help but silently curse Hua Xiaoheng, he was making a simple matter complicated. Gu Nianji leaned against the heavy leather door of the gun room, feeling incredibly ashamed. She had been so unreasonable just now, she was gauging the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. She raised her hand and slapped herself hard in the face. Nianji, what's wrong? Yin Shixiang heard a loud slap on the other end of the phone, it sounded like a slap, and was instantly alarmed. Did someone hit you? Gu Nianji said quietly. Nothing, I just slapped myself. Yin Shixiang was surprised. That's ruthless. Nianji, you really hit yourself when you're ruthless. On the third night watch, 200 monthly votes were delivered. There would be a fourth night watch at 6 p.m. Would relatives still be able to vote? Chapter 56. Gu Nianji giggled at Yin Shixiang's teasing. The considerate Yin Shixiang didn't ask why she had slapped herself, and Gu Nianji didn't explain. She hung up the phone and went downstairs. She walked back to the bedroom window and drew the curtains. She opened the bay window and was bathed in the warm sunlight. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath of the fresh morning air. She felt refreshed. As long as it wasn't Hu Xiaoheng who decided to cut ties with her. She definitely wouldn't accept this apartment. She would return it to him when she had the chance to see him. However, she appreciated this rare gesture of goodwill. What she needed was the sense of security of not being abandoned. Uncle Hua was still her Uncle Hua. Gu Nianji wasn't in a hurry to leave. She called Mei Xiaoan and smiled. Xiaoan, I still have something to do. I won't be going back for now. I'll go back on the weekend. Okay, I'll pick you up on the weekend. Mei Xiaoan had been reminded of his high school days because of Ai Weinan's ginger tea comment. He had been gloomy for a few days. But life had to go on, and there was no point in dwelling on the past. Besides, he hadn't seen Gu Nianji for a few days, and he realized that he missed her a lot. This had never happened before. In time, Gu Nianji might be able to erase the Zhu Shao mole in his heart. After all, Gu Nianji was the only woman in the last 4 years who had moved his heart. NB, on Sunday night, Mei Xiaoan arrived at the entrance of Fengya precinct on time to pick Gu Nianji up for school. Gu Nianji only carried her backpack this time, and didn't bring her small suitcase. Mei Xiaoan opened the car door and his eyes quickly scanned Gu Nianji. Where's your suitcase? I left it in the apartment. I don't need it today. Gu Nianji smiled as she got in. The two of them drove out of Fengya precinct, stopping once midway to refuel. Feng Yichen happened to be walking out of the convenience store at the gas station. She saw Mei Xiaoan and Gu Nianji sitting in his car. After not seeing her for a few days, this little girl had become even more charming. Feng Yichen looked at them a few more times before she got into her car and left. She was going to visit her parents and younger sister at the detention center tomorrow. She was in a very bad mood, so she went out for a drive. She hadn't expected to see the person she least wanted to see, Gu Nianji, and her tall, rich, and handsome boyfriend flaunting their affection. Her mood worsened. Mei Xiaoan finished refueling and returned to the car. He drove to campus with Gu Nianji and chatted with her as they drove. Nianji, where do you want to go on our graduation trip? Everything is fine. Gu Nianji said nonchalantly, but then she remembered something and added sheepishly, it's best not to go too far. My family won't let me go if it's too far away. Oh, I know. Mei Xiaoan nodded. I thought about that too, so the class committee chose Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. It's only 25 kilometers away from the city. We'll get there in less than an hour on the highway. Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. Gu Nianji took out her phone to search for the location and found that it was in the north and south of Sea City, opposite the Special Operations Forces base. The Special Operations Forces base was in the north, and Dufeng Mountain Resort was in the south. But they were both near Sea City, so it wasn't too far away. Brother Xiong would probably agree. Gu Nianji grunted and looked at her phone. It's near the water and back to the mountain. Not a bad location. I've been there a few times. It's quite fun. There are many quaint courtyards in the villa, and long corridors along Little Mirror Lake. In the summer, you can jump into the water from the balcony and swim. Mei Xiaoan had already decided that this time, he would live closer to Gunyanji. There were more than 20 people in their class, and there were 6 or 7 rooms in each courtyard, including the main room and the wing. It was just enough space. We'll rent the entire courtyard and provide a one-stop service for food, drinks, and entertainment. At night, we can barbecue, sing, dance, swim by the pool, fish, and play games. Gu Nianji listened to Mei Xiaoan's exciting plan and couldn't help but be fascinated. If you don't mind, I'll go back and confirm with them. Then we'll go talk to the villa about the price and the rooms. If everything goes well, we can go by the end of May. Mei Xiaoan was an expert at organizing these kinds of activities. He was also a player with style. NB, the next day was Monday and the weather was not very good. It was overcast and looked like it was going to rain. Feng Yichen walked out of her high-end hotel apartment and saw a familiar BMW 7 parked in front of her apartment. She got into the car and smiled at the sunglasses-wearing man in the car. She leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "Brother Bin, why did you come in person? You're going to see your future parents-in-law and sister-in-law. Of course Brother Bin can't go with you." The man took off his sunglasses to reveal a dark red face. He was in his 40s. He was not young, but he had taken good care of himself. His eyebrows were thick and dark, his nose was tall, his mouth was wide and square, his face was square and strong, and his body was magnificent. One of his arms was as thick as Feng Yichen's waist. Feng Yichen clung to him and buried her head in his arms. She was in a bad mood. "Brother Bin, you don't have to go to that kind of place." Feng Yichen was going to the detention center to visit her parents and sister. Brother Bin chuckled and said to the driver in front of him, "Let's go." After dropping Feng Yichen off at the detention center, Brother Bin did not get out of the car. Instead, he stopped a distance away and waited for her. The driver had been Brother Bin's confidant for many years. When he saw this, he asked in confusion, "Brother Bin, do you really have to be so nice to Miss Feng?" "Hee, I only wanted to play around before. I've never played around with such a beautiful, rich, and beautiful female graduate student." However, her family was in the police station, yet she still thought of getting them out. Just this thought alone made me, Brother Biao, take a fancy to her. Think about it, all of us who take advantage of others, who doesn't want to be in jail one day and have a considerate person helping us out. Don't you think so? The driver had not thought of this and finally understood. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and smiled. "Brother Bin, you're so thoughtful." NB, Feng Yichen sat in the reception room of the detention center. When she saw her mother, Hu Qiaozhen, hobbling in, her hair almost completely white, she felt bad. "What are you crying for? Last time, you said there was a very good law firm in the capital. Did you hire them?" Hu Qiaozhen looked at Feng Yichen eagerly. "Your father and I are counting on you." Feng Yichen shook her head. "I did, but they wouldn't take the job." Hu Qiaozhen immediately cried out, "Why? Didn't you give me enough money? You can't save money at a time like this. Otherwise, your father and I will go to jail." Number 38. Be quiet. The police officer at the detention center shouted angrily. Hu Qiaozhen quickly bent down and lowered her voice. She looked at Feng Yichen eagerly. "Yichen, you have to think of something. Your father and I can't eat or sleep here, so we're counting on you. And your sister. And NB. NB, I'm looking for monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Thank you very much for your help." When this chapter was sent out, it was a bit of a sissy. The order of the chapters was out of order, and I was given a new public volume. Where was this chapter sent to, so I changed it and increased the word count. Chapter 57. Those who have already read it can read it again. I added a little more content. Oh, N_N. Oh. I'm also asking for a monthly vote. My heart is so stifled, I'm so tired that I don't like it. I hope that those who like this book can subscribe to the original version and vote more monthly. To be continued. Chapter 58. Hu Qiaojin was asking for too much. She didn't even know what the situation was like at home. Feng Yichen's heart was suddenly in turmoil. She said angrily, I know. I'll try my best. You have to try your best. After Hu Qiaojin went in, her father, Feng Guodong, came out. Feng Guodong's hair was all white. He used to be as fat as a ball, but now he was as thin as a bamboo pole. He looked even older. Yichen, your uncle and his family set us up this time. They're only bankrupt, but your mother and I are going to jail. Don't be shy. Go ask them for money. Ask them to get us out. Otherwise, when I get out, I'll teach them a lesson. Feng Guodong clenched his fists and waved them in front of him. He was so agitated that his blood pressure rose. Feng Yichen couldn't say anything bad about her uncle's family. She could only comfort Feng Guodong with kind words. The last person she saw was her younger sister, Feng Yishi. Feng Yichen felt exhausted. She braced herself and watched as her sallow sister walked over and sat in front of her. Yishi, are you okay? Today was the last day she saw Feng Yishi in the detention center. Tomorrow, she would be sent to the Northwest labor camp for a year of hard labor. Big sister. You have to save me. You have to save me. I don't want to go to the labor camp. Look, my nails are cracked, my hair is split, and my face is so dry. Did you bring me a face mask or a hair mask? I haven't had a manicure in a long time. Feng Yishi sobbed. She knew that these things were already beyond her reach, but she still had to say it out loud to feel better. Yishi, don't be like this. You only have 1 year. You'll be fine once it's over. Feng Yichen said weakly, Mom and Dad still need a lot of money for the lawsuit. I can't take care of you for now. Sister, you can't just leave me like this. Feng Yishi leaned on the table and wiped the tears off her face with her sleeve. She gritted her teeth and said, Sister, I want to ask you something else. Speak. What happened to that little B***tch, Gunyanji? Feng Yichen was a little surprised. She sat up straight and looked around cautiously. Why are you asking about her? Don't you think you have enough trouble? Feng Yishi was only charged with drug use and possession of a large amount of illegal substances. But if Gu Nianji's affair was exposed, Feng Yichen had a feeling that she would be in big trouble. Feng Yishi wouldn't just be sentenced to re-education through labor. This was also why she didn't reveal the truth behind Gu Nianji's 1-week sick leave at school. Gu Nianji would be humiliated, but Feng Yichen would never be able to clear her name. In the end, it would be traced back to her. Their entire family couldn't possibly end up in the police station, right? Feng Yishi stiffened her neck and glared at Gu Nianji. Did she get into Yijichu's postgraduate program? Am I right? How did you know? Feng Yichen was even more shocked. She had only found out not long ago. Feng Yishi had been locked up all this time. How did she know? Don't worry about how I know. Just tell me if it's true or not. Yes, she did get into Yijichu's postgraduate program. The faculty has already put up an acceptance notice. Feng Yichen sighed. Don't think about it anymore. Let's just let it go, okay? Of course not. Feng Yishi's expression was already fierce. She pushed herself up from the table and leaned forward. Her eyes were spitting fire. Why do I have to go to re-education through labor? but she can leisurely get into Hijichu's postgraduate program. That's mine. It's mine. It's all mine. What right does she have? How can a lowly, poor girl like her deserve it? Feng Yichen hurriedly gestured at her. Sit down. Sit down. Someone's watching. 2 female officers from the detention center had been staring at them. Feng Yishi slowly came back to her senses. She plopped down on the chair and hugged her head as she began to sob. This time, her sobs were different from the loud wails from before. She was sobbing quietly. She was extremely upset but had nowhere to vent her frustration. Feng Yichen bit her lower lip as she looked at her. She didn't dare say anything unnecessary. After Feng Yishi finished crying, she was completely dispirited. The person she was most jealous of, the person she despised the most, had gotten what she wanted the most. No matter how she tried to stop it, no matter what she did, no matter what price she had to pay, it was all useless. This realization completely destroyed Feng Yishi's confidence and willpower. Feng Yichen watched her sister go from being a smart and beautiful university girl to being like this. A deep resentment towards Gu Nianji rose in her heart again. How could Gu Nianji, who had shamelessly slept with several men, still pretend to be pure when her sister had lost everything? How could she still hook up with a rich husband and walk under the sun together? She couldn't even think about Gu Nianji getting into Hijichu's postgraduate program. Just thinking about it was like a knife stabbing into her heart. If his sister couldn't get it, no one else deserved it. Their family was already bankrupt anyway. What did she have to worry about? Even she had been dragged down with her. A fallen phoenix was no better than a chicken. Wasn't she a chicken? Don't worry, Ishi. I'll do my best to help you. Feng Yichen nodded at Feng Yishi through the glass window. She didn't say anything else because this was the detention center. She wasn't stupid enough to discuss with Feng Yishi how to make Gu Nianji's life a living hell. Everything in the detention center was recorded and recorded. Who knew what was going on in the Feng family's case? Feng Yichen never thought that her family had done anything wrong. She only agreed with the mysterious email. She also believed that they had messed with someone they shouldn't have messed with, but she still had no idea who they had messed with. She didn't dare mess with important people, so she could only vent her anger on a nobody like Gu Nianji. She firmly believed that the weak Gu Nianji was seriously ill, must have been because she had fallen into Feng Yishi's trap and lost control of herself with a man. That was why she needed to rest at home for a week before she could go to school. She was just an orphan girl without any support. Who would cry out for her if she was beaten up? Even Gu Nianji's nominal distant relative and guardian would probably only be grateful to her for helping him get rid of this burden. Feng Yichen left the detention center and got into Brother Biao's car. She didn't say a word the entire way. When she returned to Brother Biao's apartment, she acted out of character and took the initiative. That night, she served Brother Biao so well that he almost couldn't get out of bed the next day. After that, Brother Biao was completely at ease with Feng Yichen. He also brought her into his circle. His circle could not see the light of day, and there were a lot of outlaws. Feng Yichen was beautiful and knowledgeable. When she was interested in befriending someone, none of the men at the bottom of society could resist her charm. Moreover, she had Brother Biao's strong backing, so she quickly won a place in Brother Biao's circle. However, she was very careful and walked the boundaries of the law. She would never do anything illegal. She mainly played around the edges and tried her best not to get her hands dirty. She had only been planning for a few days when her luck came. And NB. I'm looking for monthly and recommendation votes at 3 updates today. There will be 300 monthly updates at 1 in the afternoon and regular updates at 6 in the evening. I've said it before, if you guys give me your monthly votes, I'll update too. There's no 4th update today because there aren't many monthly votes left. You can get 400 monthly updates tomorrow. Of course, if you have 500 monthly votes today, there will be 4 updates tomorrow. And NBO, N_N, O. Chapter 59. One night in early May, Feng Yichen came back from school and went to Brother Biao's nightclub to look for him. She overheard the gang leaders discussing something. When are the Big Circle boys leaving? Are they trying to take over our territory? I suspect that too. They've been here for over a month, and we pay for their food and necessities. They pull out their guns to scare us. Pfft. What's there to brag about guns they got from the black market? If they piss me off, I'll bring my men and kill them all. Don't, the Big Circle boys are all about money. 1 against 10, so it's best not to piss them off. We're here for money, not to fight them. The people in the room were all the leaders of the nearby city's underworld. They were on equal footing with Brother Biao, but even they were wary of the so-called Big Circle boys. Feng Yichen's interest was piqued. Sister-in-law, you're here. Blondie, who had come out of the room to smoke, saw Feng Yichen walk over with a smile, and quickly stopped to bow and bow. Brother Biao hasn't been feeling well lately, so I'm here to see if he's taking his medicine. Also, he's taking Western medicine, so he can't smoke or drink. Feng Yichen spoke softly, just loud enough for the people in the room to hear. Brother Biao smiled broadly and invited her in, introducing her to the people in the room. Feng Yichen's background and education were much higher than the people in the room, and Brother Biao felt proud to bring her out. The men in the room were full of praise for Feng Yichen, and began to gossip, forgetting about the Big Circle boys. Feng Yichen was in no hurry. She sat patiently beside Brother Biao and watched him, not allowing him to drink. After the banquet, Feng Yichen followed Brother Biao home. On the way, she heard Brother Biao sigh. The Big Circle boys aren't afraid of death, and they have a lot of weapons. It's not easy to settle them. If they're so strong, why don't you keep them here, Brother Biao? Feng Yichen asked tentatively, her hand softly creeping up Brother Biao's forehead to gently massage him. Brother Biao had a migraine, so he closed his eyes and patted Feng Yichen's arm. We can't keep them, there can't be 2 tigers on one mountain, and the Big Circle boys are ambitious. I'm afraid we can't satisfy them here. If that's the case, then what's Brother Biao worried about? They'll leave anyway. Feng Yichen's voice was even gentler and more considerate. Her hands moved to massage Brother Biao's arms. Brother Biao sighed and pulled Feng Yichen into his arms. They can't leave now because they don't have money. The key was that what they wanted was not a small sum of money, but a large sum of money. Brother Biao and the rest could not bear to cut their own flesh and bleed. No money. Feng Yichen understood immediately. She smiled and said, the Big Circle boys are doing business without any cost. What's there to worry about, Brother Biao? Then, he said lightly, we don't have much here, but we have a lot of rich people. Brother Biao yawned, you're right, let's not care about them. Brother Biao and Feng Yichen stopped talking, but everyone in the car was thinking about what Feng Yichen had just said. There were indeed a lot of rich people in Sea City, and it was one of the richest in the entire empire. Moreover, there weren't as many rich people with powerful backgrounds here as there were in the imperial capital. Therefore, Sea City was a better choice than the imperial capital, but how to get money from rich people without provoking those with powerful backgrounds was up to the Big Circle boys' foresight and skill. Brother Biao, who had been annoyed by the Big Circle boys for more than a month, opened his shrewd eyes in the dark of the car and snorted coldly. This time, he would let the police and the Big Circle boys do their dirty work. They were just there to watch the show. Brother Dawei, someone in Sea City leaked a piece of information to us. A few days later, one of the leaders of the Big Circle boys approached their leader, Yang Dawei. A class of graduating seniors from the C University Faculty of Law is going on a graduation trip to Dufing Mountain Resort Villa. University graduates. What do they have to offer? Yang Dawei threw a poker card on the table disapprovingly. Bomb. They were playing poker. This is going to be a lot of money. The leader moved closer to Yang Dawei's ear and whispered. I heard that most of them are rich second-generation heirs with billionaires in their families. A few poor students are poor, so let's just treat them as a bonus, really. Yang Dawei's interest was piqued. Do you have any specific information? I've spent a lot of money to get a name list of the class with their family backgrounds. Take a look, Brother Dawei, it's really worth it. Yang Dawei threw the poker card in his hand. You play one round for me. He took the name list and looked it over carefully. When he saw that the Mei family, the Wang family, and the Chow family were on the list, his eyes lit up. These were famous families in the surrounding 5 provinces. We'll have to look into their backgrounds carefully. If they're just rich and don't have any powerful backers, we can consider them. Yang Dawei was a cautious person. Although he was already interested, he did not say anything definite. I've looked into it. These 3 families are indeed just rich, but don't have any backers. And these other families? The leader circled a few more names. They're not as rich as those 3 families, but they're still richer than the average person. They can afford to fork out 1 or 2 million. Really? The others stopped playing and threw away the cards in their hands to join in the fun. This time, there were 8 of them in Sea City. They were known as the 8 Warriors. They were all very powerful, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they had been through hundreds of battles. However, because they were too powerful, they could no longer stay in the empire. They were wanted by the police everywhere, so the 8 of them decided to find a way to leave the empire and conquer other countries. However, it was not that easy to get out. They were wanted criminals and did not have valid IDs. The only way out of the country was to sneak in. If they wanted to sneak in, they would have to pay the smuggler a large sum of money. They also had to raise the money for the 8 of them to settle down before they could leave. They also had parents and children. The 8 of them would need at least 10 million to settle down. Including the smuggler's stowaway fee, they would need at least 20 million in cash. It's rare for them to be together. We don't have to split up. If we can get this done, everyone's stowaway fee will be covered. Yang Dawei's assistant, warrior number 2, looked at the photos on the name list with a lecherous gaze. There are 6 female university students. Look at their faces and figures. They're no worse than Brother Biao's mistress. Then let's get ready. It's been a long time since we've worked. I can't wait. I'm getting hard just looking at these photos. A few weeks passed, and soon it was the last weekend of May. It was also the day that the C University Faculty of Law's Class 1 had decided on for their graduation trip. They had booked a courtyard at Dufing Mountain Resort Villa. There were 7 rooms, 6 of which were livable, and 1 of which was a large living room. There were exactly 24 people in their class. There were 8 girls and 16 boys. 4 people to a room, so there was no need to rearrange the rooms. It was just like living in a dormitory at school. The second monthly update has been delivered with 300 extra updates. Asking for monthly and recommendation votes. The third update at 6 in the evening was considered normal. Thank you to the Lord of the Guanghan Palace for the Heisher by yesterday. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.